started.
A warm good morning to, a warm good afternoon to one and all virtually gathered here. After having the successful day one of CA students virtual conference, we are now going to stream day 2 of virtual CA students conference organized by Board of Studies Operations, Student Skills and Enrichment Board, and proudly hosted by Salem branch of SARC of ICAI and Salem branch of SICASA. Yesterday, we have so much of technical sessions, motivational sessions, special session, and we have enormous motivations and technical guidance from various eminent personalities across India. Today also, we are going to have so many wonderful events, technical sessions, special sessions, success stories and opportunities, so many things waiting for our betterment of our profession and career. Today, first, we are going to have a special session, role of chartered accountant in transforming India. As per the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India tagline, we are proudly saying that we are in partner in nation building. Whatever, wherever our government is taking effective steps to develop our economy and nation, our institute is taking an effective role in the development. So we, the chartered accountants and our students, are definitely having that role, dedicate ourselves in transforming India to a better position. Today, we are having an eminent personality in front of us, none other than our CA Sharada Ashok ma'am. Sharada ma'am is the first woman chairperson of Salem branch of SIRC of ICAI. She's very much instrumental for forming the first ever all women committee across India. So Salem branch is having so many first ever achievements. So this is the notable achievement that we are having the all women committee all over India for the first ever time. Students ஓட ரோல் அப்படின்னு எடுக்கும்போது அவங்களை கேட்டோம் அப்படின்னா chairman, immediate past SICASA chairman, at present she is the treasurer of Salem branch. இது எல்லாத்தையும் விட அவங்க ப்ரௌடா சொல்ற ஒரு விஷயம் என்ன அப்படின்னா she is the teacher. Yes, she has taken various steps for giving so many better opportunities, guidance to the students, not only in their subjects and examination, but also in their academic, career, personality, personal, social, all the requirements she will satisfy. So Salem branch has been starting of taking orientation JMCS class in the later 2008-9 and all. Sharada ma'am was playing a keen role in implementing a very good faculty team. அவங்க அன்னைக்கு ஆரம்பிச்சு வச்ச அந்த ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் ஒரு வெற்றி நடை போடுது அப்படிங்கறத வந்து ரொம்பவே ப்ரௌடா சொல்லலாம். ஸோ ரொம்ப நாள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு சப்ஜெக்டா இருக்கட்டும், ஜிஎம்சிஎஸ் ஓரியன்டேஷனா இருக்கட்டும், இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் விசிட்டா இருக்கட்டும், கான்ஃபரன்ஸா இருக்கட்டும், ஆன் ஸ்டேஜ் ஆஃப் ஸ்டேஜ் நிறைய வருஷம் வந்து அவங்க பேக் ஸ்டேஜ்ல வந்து நிறைய கைடன்ஸ் கொடுத்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஸ்டேஜ்ல ஏறி பெட்டரா ஒரு பேப்பர் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னா அதுல அவங்களுடைய ரோல் ரொம்பவே இருக்கும். பட் இந்த லாஸ்ட் 2 இயர்ஸா பின்னாடி நின்றுட்டு இருந்தவங்களை வந்து எல்லாரும் வழுக்க டைம் தூக்கி வந்து ஸ்டேஜ்ல உட்கார வச்சிட்டோம். ஸோ லாஸ்ட் 3 years she is performing a wonderful role in managing committee of Salem branch. Proudly saying that after 2014, Salem SICASA won All India Best Branch Award in 2020 under the leadership of CA Sharada Ashok ma'am. She was the SICASA chairperson in that year. So with these few words, நிறைய இருக்கு சொல்றதுக்கு அவங்களை பத்தி. So with these few words, I respectfully invite CA Sharada Ashok ma'am past chairperson and SICASA chairperson. Currently, she is the treasurer of Salem branch to take over this session. Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vignesh sir. Thanks for your lovely words. எனக்கு கேட்க எனக்கு மலரும் நினைவுகள். I went back 10 years back taking class, and it's been a long time since now I've taken class for students, which I always love to, and hopefully once my tenure as in the managing committee is over, I would jump back to that. Anyway, thank you so much for your lovely words. So good afternoon, students. I'm so happy to address before y'all, and it is a general topic, though a general topic. Afternoon after a lunch பேச வச்சிருக்காங்க. கண்டிப்பா இதுல முக்காவாசி பேர் தூங்குவீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி தூக்கம் வராம எத்தனை தாலாட்டு பாடாம how much ever I can speak, I would definitely do that. First of all, thanks Salem SICASA, CA Bhargavi for this wonderful opportunity. Always பாத்தீங்கன்னா fill in the blanks போது ஏதாவது ஒரு fill in the blanksல we would definitely fit in. Okay, so students youth fest இருக்கும்போது ஒரு 15 நிமிஷம் when they had time to judge fill in the blanksல என்னையும் விக்னேஷ் சாரியும் பாட வச்சாங்க. So we did that fill in the blanks, and for this conference also we got a, though it was, I mean, it's not a fill in the blanks actually, but ready-made upuma madri for Salem branch. Madam பேசுறீங்கனா I'm always ready to talk to students something which is close to my heart. Okay, thank you SICASA. So what has been given to me is what would be the role of a chartered accountant for the nation building. So some would be in your foundation level, some would have crossed intermediate, and some would have been in your final level. So we have a mixed crowd here, right? So நீங்க எல்லாருமே முடிச்சிட்டு வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் உங்களோட role, what are you going to play in the nation building? I just want to give a small gist of it. See, chartered accountantங்கிறது ஒரு ரொம்ப பெருமையான ஒரு விஷயம். ஏன்னா நம்மள சுத்தி தான் the whole economy is revolving, the whole business world is revolving, and the whole economy is revolving. நம்ம ஒத்தங்கால தான் என்ன எதை தூக்கி நிறுத்துறதுக்கான சக்தி we have been given, and so we are so proud that we are having so much of potential for the nation building. அப்படிங்கும்போது we should be very happy. We are going to play a vital role for the economy. So basically நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா I would just want to quote a few words from Ratan Tata. அவர் என்ன சொன்னாருன்னா, I need an MBA for running a business, but I need a chartered accountant to teach them how to run a business. So such is the power of a chartered accountant. So நம்ம வந்து always when you see நம்மளுக்கு competitive னு பாக்கும்போது it would be always an MBA. And when I mean actually we are definitely a CA course has got more professionality. I totally agree with that. But usually when a profile is being compared with a chartered accountant, they usually compare it with an MBA. And gone are the days when only an MBA could manage the full business on the whole. நம்மளுக்கு கொஞ்ச நாளைக்கு ஒரு few decades before, a chartered accountant was just like a postmortem மாதிரின்னு வச்சுக்கலாம். I mean, shouldn't use that word, but something which has happened. அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்மள உட்கார்ந்து டிக் பண்ணி we were finding fault, and not only fault, we were finding the mistakes and rectifying. That was the role of a chartered accountant a few decades ago. So when some mistake has happened, the chartered accountant would rectify it, and whatever has to be done, it was done. But the role has completely changed into a proactive role. So ipo gone are the days only when debit and credit were just seen by a chartered accountant. A chartered accountant's role has become so proactive that right from the start of the business, a chartered accountant's advice is being taken by any business enterprise. So when so it's become a proactive role. So ஒரு business ஆரம்பிக்கணும்னா ஒரு பிள்ளையார் சொல்லி போடுறதுல இருந்து they right from the finance, right from project financing, right from putting a project report, capital budgeting, everything, everything right from A to Z, chartered accountants part is being seen in any business. Okay, so that has, so the role from being finding a fault and rectifying to a proactive person has really transformed a chartered accountant's role in nation building. So what happens is that for every aspect of the business, a chartered accountant or avaroda part is really important. So so now this is a business point of view, how his role is going to be in an overall proactive way. Similarly, for a nation, a chartered accountant's role is a very, very, very vital role. Right, we can just take with a few examples like accountability. First, we will just start off with accountability. How a chartered accountant is going to be accountability. What do you mean by accountability? It is nothing but the responsibility. So a chartered accountant is being given a huge responsibility for nation building. So in நம்ம ஒரு business ஒன்னு grow ஆகுதுன்னா, all business collectively when it has to grow, it helps in the financial strength of the country. So on the financial strength of the country நீங்க improve பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கும்போது chartered accountant's role is he has to be accountable. So if your future la every student who நீங்க ஒரு chartered accountant ஆறீங்கன்னா, உங்களோட role is first you have to have a responsibility for, because you should think that you are going to play a part in the nation building and you are going to be a part of this big economy. The whole financial background of this India number we are going to play some part for that. So adanala you all should have a lot of accountability for that. So this is one role that you all have to play when you're become a chartered accountant, right? Then what else? We can always have tax planning for the clients. But we should there should be a demarcation between tax planning and tax evasion. So tax evasion is illegal, all that we know. How you would do tax evasion? Either increase your expenses, decrease your sale, all those things. If you do and do something, then you're going to evade the tax, which you should, any chartered accountant should try to avoid. But with your knowledge, you can help your client, you can help the business people for tax planning. How can you help in tax planning? You have heard of, you have learned of deductions, you have learned of exemptions, you have learned of rebate, you have learned of reliefs. Okay, so where appropriately you can fit in all these for your business, with your knowledge you can help them to plan their tax. Okay, so as a chartered accountant, once you become a chartered accountant, make sure that you don't help them in tax evasion, but help them in tax planning. This is going to be a major role that a chartered accountant is going to play for the nation building. Always tax planning is a very good aspect than tax evasion. Okay, so this would be another portion where a chartered accountant is going to play a very big role, because that really gives a lot of ethical value for the chartered accountants. Once you're going to plan and give them, once you're going to plan the business for different rebates, exemptions, everything, and give them, that you're going to help the business also, and you're also in a way going to help the nation by not making them corrupt or not giving them a wrong financial statement and all those things. So this is going to be the next major role that you're going to play in a nation building. And the next role is, if you see any new thing is going to happen, any new law is going to be formed, or any amendment is going to happen, or anything, they are going to, when the government is going to come up with anything new, the in the committee, 100% there would be a chartered accountant to advise. So such is the role of a chartered accountant for our economy. Okay, so they'll be the part of the committee. Even in this formation and implementation of the GST, there has been a very big role played by our chartered accountants. They are in the committee giving the feedback as to what is happening and what problems we are facing, what problems the client is facing, what problems, technical glitches are there. All that they will, as a chartered accountant, they will, as a part of the committee, they would be representing it there and getting things done. So in any of the big formation of laws or anything big change that is being going to happen in a government, definitely a chartered accountant's role would be a tremendous role, where they are going to give their major views for such formation. So we are so proud that in every aspect of law, every aspect of formation of any act, we are going to be a part of it. We would be definitely a representative of both the business and both the fraternity. We'll be representing them in that committee. We would be giving our inputs and would definitely be helping in the formation of that. So this is also one of the role of a chartered accountant. What else can you think of everywhere you can see the role of the chartered accountant everywhere. Even right from the when a person is going to start a business, he would definitely first come to a chartered accountant, right from capital budgeting, right from how you're going to help them in the finance, everything a chartered accountant is going to help the business person. So what is the amount of capital required, how are you going to procure those capital, and what is the project cost, everything would be compiled and guided by a chartered accountant to a business. So in every minute part, a chartered accountant is going to help in the business, and that would result in the nation building. Nowadays, the most sought after profession is the chartered accountancy profession. So wherever you see, even during Corona times, is the voice audible? So even during Corona times, when there had been, many of them lost jobs. Many of them were, given part-time jobs only. So even during those tough times, I would proudly say a chartered accountant was not jobless at all. Even during the lockdown, there are a lot of compliance to be done, and nowadays everything has become digitalized. So everything was going on as usual, and we could say proudly that even the lockdown did not knock down a chartered accountant's profession, because they were fully occupied even that time. Okay, so this profession is the most sought after profession, where demand keeps increasing day by day. There hasn't been one chartered accountant who has been qualified and who has been there without a job even for a day. So this profession is the most sought after profession. As and when the demand, population increases, the business will increase. As and when the business increases, the profession of a chartered accountant's profession or the need increases. So we can always say the demand for a chartered accountant profession never goes down any day. It is always in the increasing trend. So and we are also going to play a very vital role in the economy. So my dear students, in whatever level you are, be if it is foundation, try to get into the next level fast. If you are in the inter level, try to get into the final level fast. You people are going to be the backbone of this economy. You people are really going to take care of the whole economy. As APJ Abdul Kalam sir, our past president, had rightly said that we are the partners in nation building. He was the person who gave us this, prestige, that the chartered accountants are the partners in nation building. Such a great revolutionary he was. And he wanted to see India 2020 in a very, very big and grand manner. But unfortunately, we were all under the glitches of COVID. But still, India is still in a very good movement, and it is really moving forward. India is still in the in the top position, and always we as a chartered accountants can help the nation to move forward. We can help them to march forward and march ahead at any point in time. So my dear students, it's in your hands. It is everything. The whole nation is depending on y'all, the young and fresh minds. When you're going to come into profession, there will be a lot of expectation from this young and fertile brains from y'all, for the fulfillment of for the expansion of our nation and for the financial strength of our nation. So you as a chartered accountant, once you all qualify and come as a chartered accountant, you people should be highly responsible. First and foremost, you all should have a clear cut demarcation between tax evasion and tax planning, and you people should seek the right path and help the as you all should be a partner in the nation building. You all people should be a part of this wonderful economy to grow. Okay, so I really thank the Salem Sikasa for giving this wonderful opportunity. Friends, I wish you all, I really want you all to work hard and complete this profession fast, because this is the most demanding profession at present. Nowadays, the demand for chartered accountants is increasing even after the invent of GST. The demands have been increasing day by day. So even there are lakhs and lakhs of chartered accountants coming in, there would not be anyone without any job. So students, all the very best. Complete your course fast. Come into the profession. We would welcome you with both the hands. Okay, so complete it fast, and we really, let's all be a partner in nation building. Okay, thank you Salem Sikasa for giving this opportunity. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your wonderful address as usual, ma'am. Really, your speech was so motivational and inspirational to the students. It is always available in YouTube. Definitely, we assure that the students pertaining to Salem branch will definitely listen your words and to develop their career. Thanks a lot for accepting our invitation and raising this occasion, ma'am. Thank you once again. Dear friends, we are now going to have the next special session, that is success stories and opportunities. We will have two eminent personalities to present in the success stories and opportunities. Kindly stay tuned. Esekiraj, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, Esekiraj, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute, Esekiraj, we'll start the session.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, madam. How are you, madam?
Yeah, good, good. Thank you.
Is it
Everybody
going live
to
now?
office.
நல்லா போயிட்டு இருக்கு, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Sharada, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma. எப்படி இருக்க?
நான் நல்லா இருக்கேன், ma'am.
Super. We are all waiting to listen to you.
But the thing is that students பார்க்காம பேசுறது வந்து slightly difficult task.
கஷ்டம். அது என்னன்னா 100 தான் we can accommodate in Zoom, ma.
Okay.
So if it is YouTube, there's no limit, no?
Yeah.
Yesterday around 431 students viewed, but கொஞ்சம் லேட் லைவ்ல பண்ணல, பட் அவங்க கொஞ்சம் லேட்டா வந்து அதுல ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
They would see at their convenience.
Yeah. அது ஒண்ணு. டைமிங் வேற இந்த 2 to 8 அப்படிங்கிறதுனால இந்த கொஞ்சம் ஆபீஸ் ஹவர்ஸ் அது இதெல்லாம் இதா இருக்கு. அதுதான் ரீசன். மேம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாமா மேடம்? Good afternoon once again. So we are now going to have a very interesting and inspirational session, that is success stories and opportunities. As per the guidelines of Student Skills and Enrichment Board, we have to conduct 2 important motivational sessions. Out of that, today we have the second motivational session under the topic of success stories and opportunities. As per the guidelines, this session will be handled by All India rank holders. Salem is always having the proud moment of we have 2 All India rank holders in the past 5 years history. So we already have session from CAS Shriram. Now today we have our proud student member from Salem, CAA Esekiraj. So it's our turn to introduce the speaker. There is no need of introduction of Esekiraj because just 6 months before, all the newspaper and media, everything, Esekiraj interview, photograph, stories, everything is already displayed. CAA Esekiraj, hailing from Salem, secured All India rank 1 in CA final exams, which was held in the month of November 2020. CA Esekiraj cleared all the levels of CA examination in his first attempt. He did his articleship in Palraj and Sendil Chartered Accountant Salem. He had been a part of Salem Sikasa IQ team during 2016-17. He has undergone the management development program in IIM Indore. Post-qualification, after a short stint in Asian Paints Limited, he is currently working in KPMG, Financial Due Diligence as a part of M&A Advisory. CA Esekiraj is also a Carnatic music vocalist. He participated in many music competitions and secured many prizes. With these few words, we happily invite CAA Esekiraj to take over the session. Over to Esekiraj.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a nice introduction. Very good evening to all the CA students here. First of all, I would like to thank Salem branch of ICAI and Salem Sikasa for giving me this opportunity to be here, to be a part of this session. Until few months back, I was in the same place like you guys. I didn't knew that I would get a rank. In the past years, I was attending the CA Students Conference as a student. I was one of those who didn't have a belief that I would get a rank and I'll be addressing the students in future. So it's a great feeling to be here with the hope that sharing my journey and my experience will help you and benefit you guys. My CA journey started just after completing 12th standard. After completing 12th standard, I enrolled myself with ICA for CPT. I joined the Salem branch of ICA coaching classes. That was a batch with 80 students around. With a couple of months of coaching and few weeks of preparation, I able to pass the examination with good scores. And then comes IPCC. I went to Chennai for my coaching. That was the time I started realizing the depth and the vastness of the CA syllabus. Most of my classes were like from morning 6 o'clock to evening 6 o'clock. Many times it happened for me like I couldn't follow what was going on in the class. In the first reading, I was not able to understand. The situation was such that. One thing I realized is that the sheer amount of efforts required to clear the exam, even to clear the exam, is very high. It means if I want to pass the examination with 50%, I should aim for at least 60%. So that is the thing I realized. So I worked towards it. I had a target of 60% in my IPCC examination. I prepared multiple times. I revised the subject until I get it right and took multiple mock tests until I get a satisfaction that I'll be able to score well in the examination. That's how my preparation was during IPCC. The exams were over and the result day came. One thing I was really scared of IPCC is two subjects. One is auditing and another one is ITSM paper. I told my parents that I will clear group 1, but I will not clear group 2 until I pass in ITSM paper. The results were declared. My eyes went down to see what was my mark in ITSM paper, the information technology paper. So it was exactly 40. So with 42 marks in auditing and 40 marks in ITSM paper, but I managed to score well in costing and accounting paper. With that, I managed to clear the examination in first attempt. That's how I cleared IPCC. Then comes the important phase, articleship. To be precise, just after the IPCC examination and before declaration of results, I started going to the office because my father pushed me to do this. He said, don't sit idle in the home, go to auditor office and learn something there. So I started going to office. And when I entered, I knew nothing. I was guided by my seniors. And the 3 years was full of very good learning experience, be it in terms of interacting with the clients and applying the subjects we studied in practical life and understanding what is the expectation from the partner and managers out of our work and interacting with our peers and working as a team and a lot more things. I completed my articleship fully and then I went for final coaching classes again to Chennai. Though I cleared CPT and IPCC in the first attempt, I realized that final is the altogether a different ball game. The efforts required are really high. It's much higher than IPCC and CPT. So I fixed a target that I should score not less than 500 marks in my CA final. I didn't have any eye on rank, but I knew that if I able to score 500 marks plus, it may open the possibility of getting a rank. But I was not sure about it at that time. But scoring 500 marks itself is a good target. So with that, I started my preparation and the classes were going on. I planned to appear for May 2020 examination. But what happened due to COVID, the exam got postponed multiple times, not once, multiple times. In the initial days, the first and second postponement, I was like, okay, and I managed to continue the momentum of preparation. And after some time, I felt that I felt frustrated and I couldn't continue the momentum. The one crucial thing in the last phase of the examination is keeping the momentum. So it's very difficult to build up the momentum. It can't be built in one day. If you lose it, again, it will be very difficult to rebuild it. So I thought in a different way. I am given extra time to prepare for my examination. Why should not I capitalize it? So I decided to devote my time by focusing on the subjects and the topics which I left or which wherein I felt I was not confident of it. So I prepared multiple times. So I utilized the time effectively, and then I appeared for the examination. The exams were over and the result day came. Around 1 o'clock or 1:30, I got a call from ICAI president saying that you got All India first rank. I couldn't believe that. Since I was never a ranker in CPT or IPCC, I didn't know how the institute would announce the toppers. I couldn't believe it to be a genuine call. I just said thanks in that call, and without the call ended. And then I checked the result on my own. Then only I started realizing that I've got already first rank. So in the meantime, I started getting calls all over the India, and my phone was continuously buzzing for a week. So I was overwhelmed by the wishes and the greetings from all over the India, and me and my parents are really happy that all the efforts I have made so far in this journey has started yielding the fruits. I had a target of 500 marks, 500 plus marks. I ended up scoring 553 marks. I think if I had a higher target, I feel that it would have been possible to score even more than that. Anyhow, I have got rank. It doesn't matter. But the message I want to convey is only if you aim high, you will be able to achieve great things. For any CA student, passing the examination should not be their motive. They should aim high. They should even target rank first. They should aim high so that they work for it relentlessly, and finally they can achieve it. Even if they are not able to secure that position, they will definitely end up in a place which would be far better than others' success. And the sense of satisfaction that I have worked so hard for my goal is something really great. So I would encourage you guys to dream big, to keep your aims very high and achieve it. I wish you all the best. I would like to leave you with a few notes. Don't study for others. Please study for yourself. And always have a self-belief in you. And your learning should never stop. It doesn't mean that the learning ends with the examination. It should continue even after examination. For example, presently I am working in a financial due diligence department of M&A Consulting, wherein I find many new things. I ensure that every day I learn those things. So we should always continue learning. We should always have a mentor in our life, so that whenever we feel low or get frustrated, we can go to them. They can turn the key to get ourselves motivated. The mentor can be your friend or teacher or parent or anybody. And final one thing, don't give up CA. Think of the efforts you have put in so far and the time you have spent in the entire journey so far. You should think in a way that if you put little more efforts, that would actually start giving you the results for the entire journey. With this, I wish you all the best. Have success in your examinations and careers. Thank you. Thank you, Sikasa and Salem branch of ICAI. Ignesh?
Thank you, S.K. Raj. 1 minute. S.K. Raj, I have some questions for the benefit of students. Can I ask?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah. இங்க சேலம் மாதிரி மொஃபஸல்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எப்பவுமே வந்து they are comparing themselves with the students those who are pursuing in metro cities. ஒரு சின்ன இன்ஃபீரியாரிட்டி காம்ப்ளெக்ஸ் வந்து எப்பவுமே அவங்களுக்கு இருக்கு. ஒரு ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஒரு பெரிய ஃபர்ம்ல வந்து பண்ணல, லாங்குவேஜ் பேரியர், அங்க இருக்கிற அந்த ஒரு எமினன்ட் ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் மாதிரி ஒரு டீம் வந்து இங்க இல்ல, அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சின்ன சின்ன கம்பேரிசன்ஸ் வந்து எப்பவுமே இருக்கு. பட் நிஜமாலுமே இந்த கவலை வந்து தேவைதானா, இல்ல இங்க இருக்கவங்களாலே அவங்களோட வந்து போட்டி போட முடியுமா? ஏன்னா முன்னாடி இருக்கிறது எசக்கிராஜ் அப்படிங்கிறதுனால நான் அந்த கொஸ்டின் கேட்கிறேன்.
I think it is definitely possible, sir. One should not compare themselves with the students in metropolitan cities. Today, the greatest advantage is internet. We can connect with anybody in the world, be it our faculty or any professional. Today, LinkedIn is there, and all of the social media is available to connect with the people. And YouTube is there, which is a very great boon for learning. So I think one can utilize all these resources in a productive manner, and they can equip themselves, and they should not feel low about being coming from a tier 2 city. So I think that should not be a barrier.
Sure. Thank you, Esekiraj. After qualifying CA final, when the students are entering into corporate environment, is there any obstacle that whether they are pursuing their articleship in tier 2 or tier 3 cities? Again, it's also related to question number 1. Yeah.
Actually, I answered the first question from the examination perspective. So in this question, if we look at the corporate career perspective, one thing is that if a student gets articleship experience in a Big Four, it would be helpful for them for a corporate career. See, if someone wanting to set up a practice in a tier 2 city, it doesn't matter. If they want to enter a career, if they want to enter into a corporate job, the Big Four articleship experience would definitely add a value. But even now, if they manage to score rank, or secure a rank or good marks, it should not be a barrier for them. And wherever they do articleship, it is most important that they should do the articleship properly. So that is more important. And it always depends upon where they want to be. If they want to be in a corporate, it is advisable for them to get into the Big Four and have an articleship experience there. If they want to set up a practice, it would be sufficient if they get into any mid-sized firm.
Thank you, Esekiraj, for a very better explanation you are giving. So வந்து இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய பசங்களுடைய ப்ராப்ளம், அவங்க ஃபேஸ் பண்ற இஷ்யூஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து you know very well. So in the same scenario, you are explaining whatever the difficulties you are facing, how you overcome all those difficulties in your academic career and also now in profession. Thanks a very lot for getting with us in your busy schedule. Thanks a lot once again for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. Thank you, Esekiraj. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Dear students, we are going to have our next technical session on company law. Kindly stay tuned for 2 minutes. We'll start the session.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, sir.
Superb.
How are you, sir?
Good, madam. Doing well.
Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. நீங்களும் இருக்கீங்களா? கவனிக்கலனா?
No problem. வாங்க, welcome.
Just out of NCLAT. Hello, sir. Good evening. So it's ஒரு இது என்னன்னா it's on time almost. That's a very good thing. Previous sessionsல எப்படி போச்சு? என்ன போச்சா? நேத்து இன்னைக்கு செஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் சாரி
சார் நேத்து வந்து 2 டெக்னிக்கல் செஷன் முடிஞ்சது சார். ஜிஎஸ்டி 1 ஆடிட்டிங் 1.
ஓகே.
இன்னைக்கு வந்து உங்களுடைய தான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டெக்னிக்கல் செஷன் சார். இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் வந்து இதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான்.
ஓகே.
எஸ் சார். இந்த டைம் உங்களை நீங்க வழக்கமா நேர்ல பாப்போம், இந்த தடவை ரொம்ப மிஸ் பண்றோம் சார்.
ஆமா, ஓவர் ஸ்கிரீன்.
எஸ் சார். Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all virtually gathered here. In this day 2 of CA Students Virtual Conference, now we are going to have today's first technical session on company law. We invite the very great eminent personality in the field of law, Advocate Satyanarayanan sir. Welcome you on behalf of Salem Run sir. Satyanarayanan sir, he is a graduate in Commerce and Masters in Law from the University of Madras and an associate member of ICAI. ICAI, that is CMA, and ICSI. He has done PG program in Treasury and Forex Management from ICFAI, CISA from Isaka, USA, Intellectual Property program from DIPO Institute, Geneva, and Graduate Certificate program in International Arbitration from NUS, Singapore. He worked in large Indian corporates, MNCs, and banks for over 15 years in senior positions. Currently a partner with Dyson Work, Advocates and Consultants. His practice area includes taxation laws, corporate laws, and intellectual property law. Appears before Commissioner Appeals ITAT, CESTAT, NCLT, and High Courts. He is a regular speaker at various forums on tax, IPR, and TIC law, corporate laws, and topics of general importance, and is a regular writer in various professional magazines. Presently, honorary advisor for direct access to Andhra Chamber of Commerce and expert committee member of corporate law in Hindustan Chamber of Commerce. Presently, he is doing research program, his PhD in Tamil Nadu, Dr. Ambedkar Law University on Goods and Service Tax. With these few words, we respectfully invite our session chairman, Satyanarayanan sir, to take over the session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Sir.
sir.
Speakers introduce பண்ணிடுறோம் sir.
Sure.
Opening remarks கொடுத்துட்டு நீங்க ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸ் வந்து கால் ஃபார் பண்ணிடலாம் சார்.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you sir. In this technical session on company law, there are 3 student speakers are awaiting to present their papers. The first paper would be Tarot 2020 to be presented by Ms. Ashika. Ashika completed +2 in March 2020 with the 3rd rank in Salem district. She has been the school people leader of Holy Angel School, Salem. She cleared CA foundation examination in December 2020. She is an undergraduate student from Sona College, Salem. Ashika pursuing CA intermediate now. She is an active committee member of Salem Sikasa and joint secretary of Student Association in Commerce Department of Sona College. The second topic would be disqualifications of company auditors to be presented by Hariram, pursuing CA intermediate course. The next topic would be virtual meeting and e-voting to be presented by Shivaramana. He has completed undergraduation program in Loyola College in the year 2018. He has been the public relation officer during college days, completed articleship under Ilangovan Natrajan. He was a member of cricket team in college. He is also in Silambam artist. He is also a member in dance team. He is a secretary of Salem Sikasa during 1920 and currently a technical coordinator in 2021-22. Sir, these 3 speakers going to present their papers on company law, sir. Now the floor is open to you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I think it was a good introduction, giving key this thing. I wouldn't take much of time. I'll leave the speakers to start so that they get adequate time to present their papers. Like all the three topics that we have on hand, be it CARO 2020, the disqualification of company auditors. We normally hear about disqualification of directors and what was happening. Now, very significant this thing for the chartered accountant profession. Third one, in the pandemic period, virtual meetings and e-voting. I think all the three are very important topics that we need to hear. So I think we'll ask the speakers to be available to present their papers. Can I ask Ashika to present her paper on CARO? And then in the concluding we can sum it up. Ashika?
Yes, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir.
To fill the gap in, we all know, statutory auditors are required to form an opinion, which is the outcome of this audit, the statutory audit, and give a report to the shareholders of the company. And though it's only formation of opinion, there are also collation or directions given as to on all what aspects he needs to see, especially the statutory aspects, so that he gives a detailed report to the shareholders, so that they can take a proper decision in the light of the audit report. And we all know that the auditor's report is such a significant the without which the reliability of the financial statements cannot be made. So one of the prescriptions that the statute makes to be added to the statutory auditor's report is the CARO report. Okay, on which several I think Ashika would cover the various aspects in that, the significance of each of these, and we'll try to hear from her more and probably add at the end or give closing comments on it. Ashika should be back in a while. I think the unique way in which this particular technical session has been formed is also, interviewing for me. So the first two relates to the statutory audit, and the third one, is the most important thing, which is coming handy in these, pandemic times. Virtual meeting and e-voting. Virtual meeting would also include, a board meeting where the accounts are being taken up. I think now to Ashika. Ashika, you continue.
Yes, sir. Sorry for the technical delay, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yeah, carry on.
Good afternoon, one and all gathered here. Myself, Ashika M, pursuing CA Intermediate, and my topic today is CARO 2020. Before getting into CARO 2020, let us have a general introduction of what CARO actually is. CARO is nothing but the Company Auditor's Report Order. It is a format for the issue of Auditor's Report in case of statutory audit of Companies Act 2013. CARO was initially introduced in 2003 and it was updated in 2016, and now currently CARO 2020 is applicable. CARO 2020 was issued after making certain changes in CARO 2016, and it was issued on February 25, 2020 by Ministry of Corporate Affairs with the guidance of NFRA. The aim of CARO is to enhance the overall quality of reporting by the company auditors. The current CARO has 4 paras and 21 clauses as opposed to 16 clauses in CARO 2016. With this introduction, let me With this introduction, I'm going to get into the applicability of CARO. CARO has 4 paragraphs. As I already said, the first para speaks about the applicability. CARO is applicable to every company, including a foreign company. What is a foreign company? It is actually a company which has a registered office in a country other than India, but operating in India. The main point here to be noted is the exemptions. A banking company, an insurance company, Section 8 company, one-person company, and small company are completely exempted from CARO, but a private limited company is exempted with certain conditions. This is not in law that there is a master condition or other condition. I have given it for better understanding of the students. There is one master condition that if a company not being the holding or subsidiary company of a public company, it should be a sole private company to be exempted from CARO. The other conditions include paid up share capital and reserves and surplus should not exceed 1 crore. The important point to be noted here is that it is as on balance sheet date. At that balance sheet date, if the paid up share capital and surplus does not exceed 1 crore, then the company is exempted from CARO, and total borrowings from any bank or financial institution should not exceed 1 crore at any point of time. Here, it is not as on the balance sheet date. At any point of time during that particular financial year, if the total borrowings does not exceed 1 crore, then that company is exempted from CARO. The third important condition is that total revenue, as disclosed in Schedule 3, should not exceed 10 crore. Here, revenue also includes revenue from discontinuing operation. Here also, the important point to be noted is that during the financial year, at any point of time, if the revenue does not exceed 10 crore, then such company is exempted from CARO. With that, we are completing the applicability of CARO. We are moving to what does a CARO contain. We have seen these are the companies are asked to prepare an audit report based on CARO. What does an audit CARO should contain? Basically, every company has to submit an audited financial statement. Every company mandatorily has to go through the statutory audit under Section 143 of Companies Act 2013. But what this CARO require is that in addition to the audit report given by statutory auditor, the auditor should also give information on the matters specified in para 3 and para 4 of CARO. What is there in para 3 and para 4, we'll see later. What is the requirement is that what are the matters mentioned in para 3 and para 4, the auditor should mention such matters in his auditor's report. Next, we'll see this clause 2021, we'll see later. Next, I'm moving to para 3. Para 3 is the very important para of, in the CARO 2020. Para 3 has 21 clauses, and each clause requires the auditor to report in the manner it is prescribed there. The first clause speaks about property, plant and equipment, and intangible assets. It has 5 subclauses: records, physical verification, title deeds, revaluation, and Benami property. Let me start with records. The auditor should report on whether the company has maintained full particulars, including quantitative details and situation of property, plant, and equipment, and full particulars of intangible assets. The auditor should also verify whether the company has made physical verification at regular intervals, and if any material discrepancies has been identified by the company, the auditor should verify whether the company has dealt with that issue in a proper manner. The third subclause here speaks about the title deeds, which says that every company should have proper title deeds about their immovable property. If not, the auditor should provide details as in the prescribed format in his auditor's report. The fourth subclause under this clause is revaluation. The auditor should check whether the company's property, plant, and equipment has been revalued. If it is not revalued, then the matter is finished, and the auditor can just simply mention in his auditor's report that it is not revalued. But if it is revalued, the auditor should verify if it is revalued by a registered valuer. The third important point, he should specify the amount of change. It can either be appreciation or depreciation in value. If it is 10% or more of the carrying value of each class of property, plant, and equipment or intangible assets, the auditor should specify such amount in his auditor's report. The fifth subclause under this clause is the benami property. We all know what is a benami property. A company buys the asset in others' name for its own use. So the auditor should verify whether there are any proceedings against the company in such benami property, and he should report in his auditor's report. The second clause speaks about inventory. Inventory has two subclauses. One is physical verification, the other one is working capital. When it comes to physical verification, it is as same as we verified property, plant, and equipment. Physical verification of inventory should be done in regular intervals. Auditor should ensure that the verification is appropriate, and he should also see to that if the material discrepancies is 10% or more for each class of inventory, he should see whether the company has properly dealt with the issue, and he should report it in his auditor's report. The second subclause is the working capital. Working capital, if the company needs working capital, it pledges its current assets and acquires a loan from the banks and financial institutions. The company should see to that the working capital limit does not exceed 5 crores. If it exceeds 5 crores, it has to submit quarterly financial returns to the bank. The work of the auditors here is that he should verify whether the quarterly returns and the balance in the accounting records are equal. He should verify that they are equal. What the company has presented in front of bank and what it has in its accounting records should be equal. The auditor should verify that. Next comes clause 3, which is about loans. Here we are speaking about loans given and not loans taken. Here loans include 5 important major things. One is investment, second is guarantee, security, loans, and advances, which is given to companies, firms, LLP, or any other party by the company. The first subclause under this subclause does not include investments. We have to make sure that this subclause does not include investment. The other 4 items, loans, advances, guarantee, and security provided, the auditor should make a report about the aggregate amount and balance outstanding which the company gave us a loan to subsidiaries, joint ventures, and associates. This he should indicate separately, and he should indicate the loans given to other parties other than subsidiaries, joint ventures, and associates in separately. These two should be indicated by the auditor in a separate manner. Next, subclause B. It speaks about investment, guarantee, security, and terms of loans and advances should not be against the company. It should not be prejudicial. It means that it should not be against the company's interest. Third subclause speaks about loans and advances. The company should have a repayment schedule. It should stipulate the borrowers to repay on correct time. If it does not do that, the auditor should specify it in his report. If the amount is overdue for more than 90 days, the auditor should specify in his audit report under CARO, and he should also see whether the company has made enough efforts for the recovery of principal and interest. Subclause E speaks about the renewed or extended or fresh loans. Here, what does it mean? When a company gives loan to some party, if they're unable to pay within the stipulated time, they renew the loan as a new loan. So the auditor should mention in his report about such loans, the aggregate amount of such loan, and the percentage of such new loans. The final clause of subclause of this particular clause, that is repayment of loan, is that loans or advances granted which are repayable on demand. The auditor should specify the aggregate amount, percentage to total loan, and also the aggregate amount of loan it granted to the promoters, related parties, etc., as defined in clause 76 of section 2 of the Companies Act. We have now so far seen 3 clauses of CARO. Now we are moving to the 4th clause, which is in respect of loans, investments, guarantee, and security. Auditor should see whether they have complied with the provision of section 185 and 186 of the Companies Act. If not, he should provide the details in the auditor's report. Next comes clause number 5. In clause number 5 deals with deposits and amounts which are deemed to be deposits. Here, what the auditor has to verify, he should see whether the directives which were received from either RBI or from the Companies Act, provisions of Companies Act, is complied or not. If the company did not comply with the directives, he should see what contraventions have occurred and he should mention it in his auditor's report. He should also see whether the company has complied with the orders of Company Law Board or National Company Law Tribunal, and if it did not comply with that, the auditor should make a report of the same. Next, we are moving to clause number 6. Clause number 6 speaks about cost records. Cost records should be maintained under section 148 subsection 1 of the Companies Act. If the company fails to do so, the auditor should report on the same. We are moving to clause number 7, which is on statutory dues. Statutory dues are something which is mandatory to be paid to the government. It includes all the taxes that we pay to the government. If the company fails to pay such taxes or such statutory dues within 6 months, if the amount is outstanding for more than 6 months, the auditor should report it in his report under CARO 2020. It may also include disputed statutory dues. First clause, subclause A speaks about undisputed statutory dues. Subclause B speaks about disputed statutory dues. In such case, auditor should also specify the amount and also specify the forum where the dispute is pending. We are moving now to clause number 8, which is unrecorded transaction. What is unrecorded transaction? Sometimes the company leaves some transactions unrecorded because it wants to escape from tax compliances. So the company does not record all the transactions. In such cases, what happens is that if the income tax department finds such amounts and the company has to surrender such amounts, the auditor should verify that such unrecorded transactions, which were not recorded for the purpose of tax, is recorded in the accounting records of the company. The auditor should make a report of the same in his audit report under CARO 2020. Next, now we are moving to clause number 9, which speaks about the repayment of loans. Repayment of loans, this is on part of the company, whether the company makes repayment of loans or not. We have 6 subclauses under repayment of loan. The first subclause says about if the company has defaulted in repayment of loans or in payment of interest. If the company fails to do so, the auditor should disclose the matter in his auditor's report in the prescribed format given by CARO 2020. Subclause B tells us that if a company is declared as willful defaulter by any bank or institution, the auditor should make report of the same. Subclause C speaks about if the company has obtained loan for some other purpose and uses such loan for some other purpose, the auditor should mention the details, the nature, and for what purpose the loan was used. Subclause G, same as subclause C, but the change here is that a company obtains loan in the name of short-term loans and uses it for long-term purpose. Such details should also be reported by the auditor in his report under CARO 2020. The final 2 subclauses, subclause E speaks about if the auditor obtains loans on account of or to meet the obligation of the subsidiary, joint associates or subsidiary, joint associates, joint ventures or associates, the auditor should report the same. The final subclause of this clause 9, repayment of loans, speaks about the pledging of securities. When the company pledges the securities, not its own securities, but the securities of its subsidiaries, joint ventures or associates, the auditor should make a report of the same. We have completed 9 clauses so far, and we are moving to the 10th clause, which is initial public offering, further public offering, or debt finance. What is initial public offering? The first issue of shares by a company. The money raised by initial public offering or further public offer is raised for a particular purpose. If the company uses it for any other purpose, the auditor should make a report of the same. The auditor should make details together, details about why there was a delay, why there was a default, and whether there was any subsequent rectification. The auditor should make the report of all these in this audit report. Second subclause under this clause is that whether the company has made any preferential allotment or private placement or convertible debentures. If so, there are two requirements under this subclause. First is that the auditor should see whether the company has complied with the requirements of Section 42 and 62 of Companies Act. And he should also see whether the funds, for what purpose they have been raised, have been used for such purpose. If they have been used for some other purpose, the auditor should mention the details about the same in his audit report. Next, we are moving to clause 11, which is about fraud. We have three subclauses in the clause fraud. First subclause is that whether any fraud by the company, which is done by the company, or any fraud on the company, both by the company or on the company, the auditor should make a report of the same in his report. Second subclause speaks that as per law, as per the Companies Act, if any fraud, if the auditor finds any fraud, he has to report it to the central government under subsection 12 of section 143 of the Companies Act. For this purpose, he has to file Form ADT 4 as prescribed by Rule 13 of Companies Rule 2014. The auditor should make a report of the same, whether the company has made such report. The auditor should make such report in his auditor's report. Then subclause C speaks about whether there were any whistleblower complaints. Whistleblowers are someone who are within the organization, who complain, who notice something is going bad in the organization and report the same. The auditor should consider their complaints also. If their complaints are taken into consideration, then the auditor should report the same in his audit report. Next, we are moving to clause number 12, which is needy company. Needy company has three subclauses. The first subclause sees that whether the company, needy company, complies with the ratio, net owners funds to deposits ratio. This ratio is mandatory for every needy company to be maintained. This should be maintained in the ratio of 1:20 so that the needy company can meet out its liability. The auditor should make a report that whether that needy company has maintained the net owner funds to deposit ratio. Second subclause, that is subclause B, sees to that whether the needy company is maintaining 10% encumbered term deposits as specified in Needy Rules 2014 to meet out the liability. The third subclause, that is C, speaks about whether there has been any default in payment of interest or deposits or repayment thereof for any period, if so, details thereof. Whether such needy company has made any default, then the auditor has to mention it in his auditor's report. Next, we are moving to clause number 13, which is related party transaction. For this, first the auditor has to verify whether the company has complied with section 177 and section 188 of the Companies Act, which is applicable to related party transaction. The auditor should report in his in his report under CARO whether the company has complied with such acts. Second point in this clause is that the auditor should see to that the related party transactions are disclosed in a manner as required by the accounting standards. These 2 points are important under related party transactions. Next, we are moving to the 14th subclause, which is about the internal auditor. Concerning to internal auditor, first the statutory auditor should see that whether a company has a proper internal audit system which commensurates with the size and nature of its business. If so, the auditor will mention the same in his audit report. Subclause B of this particular clause says that whether the statutory auditor uses the reports given by internal auditor during his statutory audits. If the auditor uses such reports, he will mention the same in his audit report under CARO 2020. Clause 15 speaks about non-cash transactions. Non-cash transactions are transactions which are done without the involvement of cash. These are mostly done with directors or persons connected with him. Directors are actually at the top management cadre of every business, so they may engage in some non-cash transaction. So the auditor should check whether such transactions have been there and whether the provision of section 192 of Companies Act has been complied with. After clause 15, we are moving to clause 16, which is about NBFC, that is non-banking financial corporations. whether the company is required to register under Section 45IA of Reserve Bank of India. The auditor should check whether there is a requirement for registration. If there is a requirement, whether the particular NBFC is registered or not. He should make a report of the same in his auditor's report. Subclause B requires us to see if the company has done any non-banking financial or housing activities without a valid registration. Subclause C asks the auditor to do whether the company is a core investment company. What is a core investment company? Core investment company is nothing but in a company in which 90% of funds is through investment. Out of that 90%, 60% is of equity shares. Such company is called the core investment company. The auditor should check whether that's a core investment company and that is satisfying the criteria of core investment company, or whether the company is exempted from core investment company and that company is meeting the criteria. The last subclause speaks about whether the group has more than one CIC. There is a group of NBFCs. The auditor should check whether this particular core investment company is a part of that group. If yes, he has to indicate how many core investment companies are there in that particular NBFC. After clause 16, now we saw about non-banking financial corporation. We are moving to clause 17, which speaks about losses. Here, the losses means cash losses, and this clause does not deal with financial losses. Cash losses which are incurred in that financial year or the immediate preceding financial year, the auditor has to verify the same, and he has to describe, he has to mention those amounts and the details in his auditor's report and the reason why there was a cash loss. Next, we are moving to clause number 18, which is related to the auditor. Here, auditor means the statutory auditor, who is the current auditor doing audit of such company. Here, we have two important points. First point speaks about whether any statutory auditor previously, before the current auditor, whether there was a statutory auditor and why did he resign. The auditor should find out the reason why did he resign, and he should also take into consideration issues, objectives, or concerns raised by the outgoing auditors. This is concerned with clause number 18. Next, we are moving to clause 19, which is the ratios. The auditor has to see the financial ratios of the company, aging, and expected date of realization of financial assets and payment of financial liabilities. This is the first thing he will see. Other than this information, other information that is accompanying the financial statements, and as an auditor, he will have certain knowledge about the management plan. So after verifying all these, he will come to an understanding whether there is any material uncertainty existing in the company, whether the company is able to pay his sudden loans, the loans which are going to come to due within the next year, whether the company is able to pay such loans. If not, the auditor will make a report in his audit report under CARO 2020. After clause 19, now we are moving to clause 20, which is about the unspent amount. Every company has to maintain 2% of its net profit as corporate social responsibility. This unspent amount, we have two subclauses. The first subclause talks about other than ongoing projects, amount which is unspent on other than ongoing projects. Second subclause speaks about amounts that are unspent on the ongoing projects. So first, that is other than ongoing projects, the company has to comply with subsection 5 of section 135. The auditor should ensure the same. In ongoing project, unspent amount on ongoing project, the auditor should verify whether the company is complying with the provision of subsection 6 of the section 135 of Companies Act. This is regarding unspent amount. First is subsection 5 of section 135. Then the next subclause B, it should comply with subsection 6 of section 135 of the State Act. Next, final clause of para 3, which speaks about qualification or adverse remarks. Here only we'll see about consolidated financial statements. What is consolidated financial statements? There will be a holding company, which is the parent company, and it will have more subsidiary associates and all that. Consolidated financial statements is actually exempted from CARO, but this one point makes the company mandatory that it should prepare audit report based on CARO. What is that case? We have seen 20 clauses under para 3. if any of its subsidiary company, holding company, subsidiary company comes under the point of any of these 20 clauses, then the consolidated financial statements should be reported on the base of CARO 2020. If not, that company is exempted from CARO 2020. That's all with para 3. We have seen 3 paras so far, and now the final para, which is para number 4, which speaks about what shall an auditor do when when he's unable to give an opinion. What shall an auditor do when there is an unfavorable situation? So these are the 2 points. First point, where in the auditor's report, the answer to any question referred in para 3. In para 3, we have seen 21 clauses. If it is unfavorable or qualified, if auditor is unable to give an unmodified opinion, auditor should state in his report what is the basis for such unfavorable or qualified answer. If it is not, it is unmodified, then it is not an issue. But if it is modified, you should state the basis for such unfavorable or qualified answer. Next, second point is that if he is unable to experience, at least in first point, he was giving an unfavorable or qualified opinion. In second, he is unable to express his opinion. He has to indicate such fact together with reasons why he not able to give his opinion. He should state this matter. This is all about CARO 2020. We have seen all 4 paragraphs of CARO. I'm completing my session now. I thank Salem Sikasa team for this wonderful opportunity, and I thank Salem Sikasa team for this wonderful opportunity. I thank all the participants for listening to my speech. Thank you.
That's an excellent one, Ashika. I think you have covered almost all the 21 clauses that needs to be reported by the statutory auditor. I don't know how many of you friends noticed that whatever is new, now she went from the history 2003, 2016, and 2020. In the changes, there has been significant changes from 2016 to 2020 report. And one thing I noticed is that wherever the changes were there, those were highlighted by bold letters. It was bold. Significant of those are from 17 to 21. Clause 17 to 21 are all new. Many new features have come in. Many the statutory auditor has been put on. Shouldered with higher responsibility in terms of CARO 2020. Okay. I wouldn't get into this. One significant thing is that they want to capture everything by the statutory auditor report. If a company which has taken a working capital loan which exceeds 5 crore, then the statutory auditor should also monitor whether QIS has been filed by the company properly with the banks and financial institutions. And with that extent, it goes, willful defaulter was there. Now, has the company been willful defaulter? Is the company being solvent or insolvent is also made in the CARO report. That's an excellent one, Ashika. I think, a shortage of time, we'll move to the next speaker so that, we'll hear from him and, then we'll move on.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Ashika. Can I call upon the next speaker also to Hari Ram, to present his paper on disqualification of auditors. Hari Ram?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, carry on.
So good evening to all. My name is Hari Ram, CA intermediate student. I am here to deliver a topic on disqualifications of auditor, section 141 of Companies Act 2013. Before we move on to the topic, we need to understand what is the meaning of disqualification. Those persons are not qualified as an auditor to appoint as an auditor to a company for what? For the purpose of audit. This is elaborated in which act? Companies Act 2013. In which section? Section 141. That is the today's topic. Come, let us go. So we are going to discuss why auditor need to audit, overview of chapter 10 of Companies Act 2013, qualifications, disqualifications, prohibited services of auditor. Certain services are not to be rendered by the auditor. These services also we are going to discuss finally. Now, battery. 1 minute. Sorry. Okay, we are going to discuss these all 5 topics today. Come, let us go to the topic. There is a company. Who are investing in a company? Shareholders invest their money in the company. Then who manages the company? Board of directors will manage the company. Okay. If shareholders require to know how the amount invested in the company to be utilized and board of directors manages, then one independent person requires to audit how it is utilized, whether there is any involvement of fraud. If shareholder itself auditing, it will not be fair. Then board of directors itself auditing their company, there will be the content of fraud. So one independent person comes front of this and makes audit and certify the company is following the respective standards and respective laws and not making any fraud. So the person named auditor. Okay. This is the exact 10 sections under the chapter 10 of Companies Act 2013. What and all contents in this chapter 10? Appointment of auditor, removal, resignation of auditor, eligibility, qualification and disqualifications of auditor. How in the same section provides what and all the remuneration to be provided to the auditor, powers, duties of auditors and auditing standards, segment of audit reports and the services not to be rendered by the auditor to the auditing company, and signing the audit report to attend the general meeting. If the auditor does not satisfy these all the section, what are the punishments under these sections, and finally the last section of the chapter 10 is cost auditor. Now we are going to discuss the 2 topics on eligibility, qualification and disqualifications and prohibited services in this session. Qualifications. There are only 3 qualifications. If an individual is appointed to the company, then he must be a chartered accountant, CA. If firm is appointed to audit a company, majority partners practice in India to be a CS. Okay, then who is eligible to act and sign the audit report? The person who are a chartered accountant eligible to sign and act on behalf of the firm. These are the exact provision how it appears in the Companies Act 2013. So under the section 141, there are 4 subsections. In that subsection 1 and subsection 2 deals with qualifications, subsection 3 deals with disqualifications, and subsection 4 deals with if the auditor is appointed and attends any disqualifications, then he should be vacated from the office. This is explained in the section 141 subsection 4. Now we move on to disqualifications. The first important disqualification is a body corporate cannot be appointed to audit a body corporate. Okay. There are a big firms, right? Deloitte, EY, KPMG and PwC. These are also body corporate. Then how these body corporate are eligible to audit? Yes, there is one exception, LLP. LLP can eligible to appoint as an auditor. So these are all not a company. This is a body corporate, but not a company. It is an LLPs. Okay. So the firms can eligible to appoint, but other than LLP are disqualified for the purpose of appointment. Next, officer or employee of the respective company where the auditor is going to audit that company itself, if he is a officer or an employee, then he is disqualified to audit. Next, a person whose relative is a director or a key managerial personnel, if not only the auditor, his relative also should not be a director to the respective company where the auditor going to audit. Next, fourth point, person. If an individual means indicating here person. Relative, that auditor's relative or a partner. If a firm is appointed, the respective partners. Okay, what these three persons are here? Is holding any security or interest, is indebted or guaranteed or provided any securities. There is some limit. Here, they indicating a person or a relative or a partner should not hold any securities, meaning first subsection I am telling, meaning these persons should not hold a security as a shareholders to the company where they are going to audit. Who auditor? Relative will not be going to audit. But the provision says, though the relative is not going to audit, but the person's relative or if a partner should not hold a security of or interest to the respective company. But there is one limit and exception. Relative can hold up to maximum of rupees 1 lakh. 1 lakh indicates the face value of the shares. Next is indebtedness. Here the limit is 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs is for every person's relative, partner. All the three of them, maximum limit is 5 lakhs is allowed. In excess of 5 lakhs is disallowed. If a person having more than 5 lakh to indebted to the company means he is disqualified. Same thing, guaranteed or provided any security to the company means they are also having one limit, maximum of 1 lakh. In excess of 1 lakh, disqualified. Last two cases, auditor can hold, but first case, he cannot even hold a single rupee of a face value with the respective company. If he have any shares in the company means he is disqualified to appoint. Let us try to understand with some examples to these provisions. Mr. A, practicing chartered accountant, is holding a securities in XYZ company, face value of 900 rupees. Whether Mr. A is qualified for appointment as an auditor in XYZ? See, here the auditor is a shareholder in the same company. Whether Mr. A is also eligible to appoint as an auditor? No. Now only we saw the individual who is auditor should not hold even a rupee as a holding in the company. So Mr. A is disqualified as per the section 141 subsection 3 D1. Next example. Now auditor is not holding. If auditor's relative is holding means yes. Mr. P, a practicing chartered accountant, and Mr. Q, the relative of P, is holding a securities in ABC Limited having face value of 90,000. Whether Mr. P is qualified for being an appointment as an auditor? Now the auditor is not holding, but his relative is holding. Whether it is possible? Yes, it is possible. How much? The limit is 1 lakh of a face value. Here the face value is only 90,000. So Mr. P is eligible to appoint as an auditor. As per the section 141, he is not disqualified. Now, disqualification, other points. Who is at a business relationship with the, if the auditor having any business relationship with the respective company means he is disqualified. But there are two exceptions. If the auditor renders any professional services to the audit firm and sale of goods or services by the company to the auditor as a customer, these both services are exempted. Why? These also business relationship, but these are not the basic principal business rendering to each other. This is exempt. Except these two, any other relationship means the respective auditor is disqualified. Next, the ceiling limit. The auditor cannot audit more than 20 company at the same time. Here, the 20 company limits the 4 different types of company are not to be treated as even a single company. What are the 4 types of company? 1-person company, dormant company, small company, and a private company having a paid up share capital less than 100 crores. If any of the following types of company the auditor is auditing, then the maximum ceiling limit 20 is not considered. Except these 4 company, the auditor maximally hold 20 company at the date of such appointment or reappointment. Okay, we will try to understand this particular point with interesting example later on. Okay. Now, next disqualification point is a person who has been convicted by a court of an offense involving a fraud. If a person who convicted, he is disqualified to appoint as an auditor. But there is one exception to it. When 10 years is lapsed from the date of conviction, means the respective auditor is allowed to appoint as an auditor. Finally, the last point is a person who directly or indirectly renders any services. What and all services? Following services which are in the section 144 do not be rendered by the auditor. Okay, if the respective services are rendered, means he is disqualified. Okay, these services are not to be rendered. That also we are going to discuss later on. Okay, now we move on to the interesting example to understand the what and all we read. Whether a private company is eligible to audit the other company. Can anyone answer it me? Okay, fine. Next, if auditor renders his professional service to a company, then such auditor is whether eligible to appoint as an auditor for the same company. We try to understand. No, first question, no, body corporate. The private company itself cannot audit the other company. We saw first disqualification. For LLP can audit. LLP means as per the LLP Act 2008. Here the private company is a body corporate, not an LLP, so disqualified. Second case, if auditor renders professional service, the business relationship one disqualification we read, right? In the two exception is that auditor is rendering his professional service. This is not a disqualification. So in this case also, in this case he is qualified. First case is disqualified. Now, ceiling limit provision we can understand with this Mr. Raja's case. Mr. Raja has appointed as an auditor for 17 companies. Now there are 10 more private company having paid up capital of 250 crores or above. Whether such auditor is eligible for appointment of for all the 10 more companies. Okay, what is the provision? At the time of his appointment, maximum 20 company he can audit. Now already he appointed as a 17 company. Let us take an assumption that 17 companies are not the exempted companies. Then maximum is 3 companies pending, right? 3 company means one. From that 250 crores, right? Is this a exempted type of companies? No, exempted type means private company having 100 crores. Here 250 crores. So these companies are not exempted. So from the 10 company, only he can additionally increase his number of holding company 3 only. So ceiling limit is maximum of 20 company. Mr. Raja is eligible to appoint only maximum of 20 company except 1% company, dormant company, small company and private companies having paid up share capital less than 100 crores. Therefore, he allowed to select only 3 more companies from the rest of the companies. Same scenario, I smallly changing the question. Mr. Raja, same provisions, but see, in that 17 companies, 7 companies are 1% company. Now, then that 7% company are not to, that 1% companies are not to be treated as a one company. Then we omitted that 7 means now how many companies holding currently? 10 company. Additionally, 10 company. So totally 12. He is eligible to appoint for the further 10 more company and does not attract the section 141. Now we move on to certain services not to be rendered by the auditor, section 144. What and all the services? Accounting and bookkeeping service, internal audit, design and implementation of any financial information system, actuarial service, investment advisory service, investment banking service, rendering of outsourced financial service, management service, and any other services as prescribed by the law. Which law? Companies Act 2013. These are the exact provisions of section 141, subsection 3. As I clearly mentioned earlier, subsection 3 talks about the disqualification. These are the provisions says. Now, section 141, subsection 4. Here, this section simply says if an auditor after his appointment attracts the provision of section 141 subsection 3 means he is deemed to have been vacated from the office. Which section it says? Section 141 subsection 4, vacation of office by an auditor. That's all, my dear friends. My topic is over. Hope you all enjoyed my topic and learned something. Thank you for giving the opportunity and sharing the screen. Thank you.
Hariram, I think your presentation was fabulous.
Thank you, sir.
I just need to tell that, you not only covered the topics, but you also gave illustrations to substantiate each provision under 141. And you also covered 144 and this thing. That's very good, very good.
Thank you.
Can we move on to the next topic by Shivaramanna? Virtual meetings and e-voting. Very significant now. And can I call upon Shivaramanna to make his presentation?
Hello, yes, sir, in 2 minutes. A warm good evening, sir, and warm good evening to everyone present here. Myself, Shivaramanna. I am an intermediate student, and I'm going to present on the topic virtual meetings and e-voting. First, let us understand what a meeting is. So, in simple terms, a meeting is when two or more people assemble at a place to discuss about something or to give a decision. So, normally meetings are held in personal time. That is, normally there used to be face-to-face meetings in all times. But due to the recent events of COVID and the increase and the rise of technological impact, virtual meetings are in the rise. So, virtual meetings. So, a virtual event is a gathering of people sharing a common virtual environment on the web rather than meeting in a physical location. So, it is a new section under 174A, subsection 5 of the 2014 Act provides that a company need not hold a general meeting at a physical venue, but they may conduct the meeting wholly or partly by the use of a virtual meeting as long as all attendees have a reasonable opportunity to participate in the meeting. As set out below, this adds details to the existing provisions of that where an AGM or EGM could be held in 2 or more venues at the same time using any technology that provides members with a reasonable opportunity to participate. So, companies miscellaneous provisions, COVID-19 Act 2020 amongst the Company Act 2014. So, first we have to understand what the companies need to know. So, this slide is to summarize the main changes to company law introduced by the Companies Miscellaneous Provisions and COVID-19 Act 2020, the Act which was commenced on 21st August 2020. So, this update focuses on company secretary dimensions to the new Act. So, for example, it gives changes relating to the execution of documents, the deferral of the annual general meetings, the conducting of general meetings wholly or partly by means of an electronic communication technology, and the ability for directors to change or cancel a general meeting at any point of time before the meeting. And the new information must be contained in the notice of a general meeting and the procedure for giving notice of rescheduled general meetings. So this act amends the Companies Act 2020 largely on an exceptional and temporary basis. It has been introduced as a response to both the risk to human life as well as the public health posed by COVID-19 and the economic difficulties caused by it. So this act largely applies to a period which is called as an interim period, meaning from the beginning of 21st August 2020 and ending on 31st December 2020. This period can be extended by a ministerial order. So the following are the instruments can be executed during the interim period. So Section 5 of the Act inserts a new section 43A into the 2014 Act, which provides that during the interim period, an instrument to be made or executed by the company may consist of the several documents in the form like one such document is signed by the director or by any other person appointed for the purpose of its director or by a committee of them. And one such document is countersigned by the security or by a second director of it or by some other person appointed by the persons by the director or by a committee of them, and once such document has the company seal affixed to it. This means that if the seal and the required signatures are no different copies of a document, the document will be validly executed under the seal. This will address situations where the seal and the signatories are in different locations, and it would be difficult for the seal and the signatures to be placed on the same document in a timely manner. So it is understood from the context that only the instruments that would require to be executed under seal, although this has been not specified in any act. So members' meetings are particular concern in the context of COVID-19. And the Act introduced a number of new provisions into the 2014 Act in regard. So AGMs may be deferred to no later than 31st December of 2020. So a new section 174A subsection 3 provides that where a company would otherwise be required to hold its AGM at any time in 2020, the company may hold the AGM at a later date than would otherwise apply, provided that it holds the AGM not later than 31st December 2020. So the financial statements and reports to be laid before company in general meeting. So under section 341, subsection 2 of the 2014 Act, a company would usually be required to lay its statutory financial statements, director's report, and auditor's report before the AGM within 9 months of the financial year ending. So quorum for the virtual meetings. So according to the Companies Act, in case of public company, the quorum would be, for in case the number of members is not more than 1,000, 5 members personally present. And if it is between 1,000 members up to 5,000 members, 15 members should be personally present. And if on the date of the meeting, the members exceed 5,000, then 30 members personally present will be there. So for virtual meetings, there's no change in the set provisions. But taking into the consideration of the remote e-voting facility for shareholders and virtual presence of shareholders, the quorum requirement may be waived or a less requirement can be provided. So reporting formalities for the virtual meetings. So according to the latest MCA circular, all resolutions passed in accordance with the prescribed electronic mechanism shall be filed with the ROC within 60 days of the meeting. So such compliance is required for all types of resolutions, ordinary resolutions or special resolutions. The MCA has not prescribed any specific e-form for reporting compliance relating to virtual meetings. Here again, the MCA ought to introduce an e-form for ensuring proper and timely compliance of said provisions. The following are the pros of the virtual meeting. So it is lower expenses. The expenses can be limited. Everyone can be involved. If there is no, every shareholder can have an opportunity to involve. If he is from some other place, which not from the principal place of the company, he can be involved by means of virtual meeting. Reduce your carbon footprint. It reduces the use of papers and it is helpful for the environment. Shorter sessions. Now, normally the virtual meetings can normal meetings will extend over a longer period of time. I mean, during the virtual meetings, it can be ended in a short section. More frequent meetings. Frequent meetings can be held rapidly, and there is no need for many requirements as per the normal meetings. The chance to record meetings. The meetings can be recorded. Minimal scheduling is the need to schedule the meeting is not complicated as a normal meeting. Collaborate in real time, so they can share everything in real time. The cons of virtual meetings. Interaction between the participants are difficult because they are connected on an internet service or by any server. The interaction between the participants may be difficult because everyone has a different opinion and they cannot easily interact between them. Visual and audio only. So given the visual and audio only and they are connected to the internet sections, the audio cannot be connected sometimes. There may be some lag and the visions may not be visible. Less dynamic. It is not very fast in nature or very rapid in nature. So it has to take, everyone has to join it. So it takes a lot of time. Internet connections can fail. If the internet connections is not working properly or the signal is weak in some places, they cannot be very active in the meeting. Team members may be in different times. So team members of a certain team can be in different areas and they can face different problems of the internet connectivity. Participants may not know each other. So there may be new participants and they don't have a proper introduction of another participants, so they cannot interact with them so well. Pay for software. So the software for the server and the internet connectivity will be high. So given that due to the rise of the technology and the impact is increasing, virtual meetings has been in the rise and many companies are adapting themselves to be in the race. So next we are moving on to e-voting. So normally everyone has come across the word vote and voting. and every one of us know the importance of an vote. We have seen many movies where a single vote changes the whole plot like that. So everyone understands the importance of an vote. The concept of e-voting. So e-voting is a step towards the e-governance. That is, apart from normal ballot type voting or going there voting, e-voting helps us to move a step forward towards the e-governance. And it is the maximum participation of shareholders. So every shareholder can participate in it. Not only large shareholders or whole shareholders having a large lots of shares. Even small shareholders holding small lots can also vote in the e-voting system. The concept of e-voting. Shareholder from his place itself can use his laptop, a personal computer, or even his mobile phone with internet connection, can easily vote even without attending the annual general meeting. So mandatory e-voting. So Section 108 of Companies Act, read with Rule 20 of Company Management Administration Rules 2014, gives that listed companies and companies having 1,000 or more than shareholders have to have a mandatory e-voting system. So all listed companies has to pass all the resolutions of the meeting electronically. It is laid down by SEBI. The e-voting process. So it is an agreement with the depository and NSDL and CSDL. Above mentioned are the two e-voting platforms available in India. So e-voting process. It is a newspaper advertisement relating to Mr. Birla Group, MP Birla Group companies regarding the voting is to be conducted on an e-voting method. E-voting process. So there should be an agreement with the scrutinizer, and the scrutinizer can be a practicing chartered accountant, or a practicing company secretary, or a practicing cost accountant, or an advocate who are well versed with the e-voting system, and he is not an employee of the company. So e-voting process. So it is the scrutinizer's report. It consists of many pages. I am just showing one page. So pre-requirements of e-voting. So a notice of the meeting shall be sent to all the members, the directors, auditors of the company, either by a registered post or through email or by courier. Notice shall also be placed on the website of the company. So the content of the meeting. So the notice should contain the providing facility for e-voting system, and the businesses should be transacted through such voting. So facility for voting through electronic voting system or ballot or polling paper should be made available to the members and members attending the meeting who have not already cast their vote by e-voting system. The members can vote in remote e-voting and can attend the meeting but cannot vote at the meeting. The notice shall indicate the process and manner for voting, maybe electronic means, indicate time period during which the votes may be cast by remote e-voting, provides the details of login ID and process and manner of generating or receiving the password, and for casting of vote in a secure manner. The purpose of e-voting. So why e-voting? E-voting has been introduced to eliminate the paper involved in the voting process. This involves sending of notices, the ballot papers, and receiving the said ballot votes. It facilitates electronic voting on resolutions of companies in a fair and transparent manner for all classes of security and stakeholders. It enables security holders to vote at any time and place of the convenience. It eliminates postal and other natural delays which cause a hindrance to postal ballot. Increase shareholders' participation in shareholder meetings. As with anything in this world, there are benefits and drawbacks to electronic or internet voting. The process of e-voting for a company. So every listed company or a company having not less than 1,000 shareholders shall choose any one of the SNGs as mentioned above, CSDL or NSDL. So the company through its registrar and transfer agent RTA will set up an e-voting schedule on the website and upload the resolutions on which voting is required and generate the electronic voting sequence number and electronic voting event number. So the company will upload the register of members in the specified file format. So CDSL or NDSL will generate the password for each shareholder and print the same in a secured manner, which is to be sent to all the shareholders. The company will then communicate the password, EVSL or EVN, and the procedure for e-voting along with the notice of resolution to the shareholders. After the voting period is over, the e-voting system will provide to the scrutinizer a report containing the shareholder-wise details of vote done for the records of the company. The process of e-voting for the shareholders. So the shareholders can log into the e-voting system using the user ID, that is a demat account number or a folio number, PAN and password. After logging in, the demat shareholders will have to confirm the personal details and compulsorily change the password. This password can be used by demat shareholders for voting on resolutions of any other company in which they are eligible to vote. During the voting period, the shareholders can visit the e-voting website and select the relevant EVSN and EVMN or company for voting. So shareholders can view the detailed resolutions on the website and cast their vote available for voting. The benefits. So what are the benefits that can be available by means of e-voting? So potential to make the voting process more easier and more accessible for voters. It can allow greater degree of anonymity for voters with disability, including visually or hearing impaired, as they can vote unassisted. Enhances accessibility and allows more participatory opportunities, positively impact voter turnout. Internet and phone voting are claimed to produce faster and more accurate election results. Potential to improve overall quality of ballots cast by reducing ballot errors. Possibility for additional information to be displayed regarding candidates and their policies. Looking at the benefits associated with electronic or internet voting, this method could not only allow for many more access points and eliminating accessibility issues for those with disability, but can enhance engagement with youth. Along with quicker results, fewer errors, better informed electors, and reaching a younger demographic of first-time or occasional voters, the electronic or internet voting method has the potential to become the norm in an election. The drawbacks are related to security. So there is mainly related to the computer viruses or hackers. They can hack the system and can change the voting votes. Problems with access to internet through the digital divide based on socio-economic variables and between rural and urban areas. Greater opportunity for fraud or coercion, potentially violating ballot integrity. Issue of voter education, time and money must be invested to ensure public is aware that electronic or internet voting is an option. Privatization, contracting elections out to private companies to run electronic operations leads to negative implications. So threat of disintegration of social capital or civic life. So to conclude, on the whole, e-voting replaces the postal ballot process and saves times and cost of the company. It also helps the shareholders to cast the vote from anywhere at any time. In the e-voting process, the role of scrutinizer will go under paradigmic shift, as there will be no physical collecting and counting of ballot papers or verification of signatures and rejection of invalid votes, if any. So main responsibility is on the part of the scrutinizer, who would take care of the e-voting process. So as to conclude, because of the rise of the current technological situations and the current situations prevailing around us, e-voting and virtual meetings are in the rise, and many companies are trying to adapt themselves to it. Thank you.
I think Shivaramanna, you have covered significantly almost everything on right from the definition of voting. You went on in the COVID-19 provision, then covered the quorum, then e-voting in its entirety, the process included. That's significantly well done. Good.
Thank you, sir.
Should we move on to, I think we have already been there for more than an hour now. Should we do the concluding this thing?
Yes, sir. We request your concluding remarks and also request you to announce the best speaker among three, sir.
Okay. I mean, you're giving me the difficult task now.
Sir, that's why we are giving that job to you, sir. Definitely, you can do it.
I think all the three have done fantastic. Okay, they've done justification to whatever topic is given to them. Be it Karo by Ashika or the disqualification of directors, where he has covered 141, 144, all that with illustrations for Hariram, or the virtual and e-voting, virtual meetings and e-voting by Shivaramanna. I think they've all done well. Okay. If somebody needs to add something, to that, it will be very difficult for anyone to do. That's the way, they prepared fully. It sees that, the time that they've spent in, though all the three, need to be given one. But I'm told by the organizers that only one person can be accommodated in place one, and two others have to do. It's a difficult task to be done. But with all the difficulty, with so much explanation done, in disqualification, a little topic, he has expanded well and did it. Hariram. looks to be very, very good. I think, congratulations to him. Then when we move on to Shivaramanna, I think, it's a latest topic that goes on and fantastically handled, in detailed manner. And he has also done, excellently. Okay. So congratulations to Shivaraman as well. But when we look for all this, the most difficult topic was Caro to me. The latest one, 2020, which I think Ashika had covered in significantly well, with highlighting the portions that were different from what was there in 2016 Caro provision. And she covered all the paragraph that's required. The para 3, in detail with all the 21 clauses. I think if we need to give someone this thing, I think Ashika deserves to be adjudged as the best presenter. Congratulations to her, and followed by both Hariram and Shivaramanna, because both of them have done excellently. I think congratulations to all the three of you. It was very, very difficult for me, but for the organizers who wanted me to select one person, okay, I would have not done it. I would have given all the three, place one. Congratulations.
So thank you so much, sir.
I think, with that, I'll say thanks to the organizers for an excellent this thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That really, thank you, sir. In a very short span of time, you are accepting our invitation, sir, and gracing this occasion. We know your busy schedule and all, sir. Thanks a lot once again, sir. Definitely soon we are expecting your physical presence to Salem for next face-to-face physical conference, sir.
I hope so. The pandemic should end at the earliest, and we'll all meet. Thank you.
1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, madam. Thanks, madam.
Yeah, dear friends, we are going to have our next special motivational session, success stories and opportunities. Kindly stay tuned for a couple of minutes. We'll be
Good evening, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Pleasure meeting you both. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Ashok. Thank you.
Sir, this is Pargavi ma'am, chairperson of Student Association Salem branch. She is a chartered accountant, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Sharda ma'am will join. Sharda ma'am will join in soon, sir.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
Sir, shall we start the session, sir?
Fine. I am ready.
Actually, this Zoom link is only for speakers and paper presenters, sir.
No
Audience
worries.
are meeting at the YouTube link, sir.
And you want me to talk in English or can I use vernacular?
Sir, bilingual is okay, sir. It may be more comfortable
Because-
for the audience.
No. I just thought if
Yes,
there
sir.
are anybody from North or anything, I can talk in English. Tamil could be better if it's going to be only our students.
இல்ல சார் மெஜாரிட்டி வந்து இங்க நம்ம தமிழ் மீடியம் தமிழ்நாடு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் சார் சேலம் பேஸ்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் பைலிங்குவல் வந்து நீங்க கொஞ்சம் மோட்டிவேட் பண்ணீங்கன்னா இட் வில் வெரி மச் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார்
Sure.
ஓகே சார் shall we start
நான் தமிழ்ல பேசுறேன்.
okay sir okay thank you warm good evening to one and all virtually gathered here. Virtual CA students conference day 2. We are now going to have our second motivational session, success stories and opportunities. We have an eminent personality, Mr. T. Rajkumar, sir. Mr. T. Rajkumar had his graduation from the PhD College of Arts and Science and his master's in business administration from the PhD College of Technology. He is the chairman of Sri Mahashakti Mills Limited and Foundation One Infrastructures Private Limited. He is the chairman of Confederation of Indian Textiles Industry, New Delhi. He is the chairman of Textile Skill Council, New Delhi. He is a director in National Skill Development Corporation, New Delhi. He is also the former chairman of the Southern India Mills Association and the SIMA Cotton Development Research Association. He is a member of the governing council of South India Textile Research Association, Coimbatore. He is a member of the governing council of the Cotton Textiles Export Promotion Council, Mumbai. He is an independent director in the Coimbatore Smart City Limited. He has widely traveled overseas in delegations pertaining to textile industry and other businesses. He has attended lots of conferences on textile industry and other industries. He is also a member of the governing council of NGM College of Arts and Science and PPG College of Technology. He is a member of the Academic Council of PSG College of Arts and Science, and he is a member in the Board of Studies of Bharatiyar University and PSG Institute of Management. He is also the chairman and managing trustee of Global Pathway School, Coimbatore, run for the underprivileged children. He is the secretary of Nachimuthu Kaundar Rukmini Ammal Charitable Trust. He is the joint secretary of Sri Purandaradasar Sangeeta Vidyalaya, Coimbatore, a social and cultural organization which is dedicated for the cause of development of arts and music. He was also the former chairman of Board of Trustees of Arulmigu Masani Amman Temple and Charities, Anamalai. With these few words, we humbly call upon our Mr. T. Rajkumar, sir, to have this session to motivate our students in context of success stories and opportunities. Sir, the floor is for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your good, nice introduction. Friends, I'm extremely grateful to all of you for having me with you today to share my, I would say that to share my experiences and also to talk about a few success stories and also talk about the real challenges in life. Friends, I will have 30 minutes and I will share my views and experiences. You are all young, budding chartered accountants. Chartered accountants are supposed to be, or your profession is supposed to be one of the greatest and noble profession, and your profession is supposed to be one of the professions which takes the corporate world into the next level, and you are the backbone of the planning, finance, and resources for the nation building. Let it be an individual organization, let it be the nation, let it be the economy. You are the backbone of everything. You are so privileged that your profession was constituted by an act of parliament to have you as the chartered accountants of our country. Friends, you're all privileged and many of you are practicing chartered accountants and you are budding chartered accountants. Many of you would have completed your preliminaries and you would be going into your secondary examinations. Many of you would have taken many attempts to pass even the preliminary and you have now got into secondary. Let me start with telling you, life starts with failures. When you ask me, if you take any great personality, including Dhirubhai Ambani, including Birlas, including Adani, and so many others, the life starts with failures, and life has been sweet for people who has not given up but continuously kept trying and finally succeeded. Today, my topic is to motivate you and give these success stories and tell you all what life means. Friends, take my own story. I hail from a small village near Pollachi, had my schooling at Coimbatore, graduation at Coimbatore, and I got into a business family which is close to a decade old now. But if you take my background, I come from an agricultural family. My parents, including my father, continue to be in agriculture. So for me, it's a first generation entrepreneur. Though my grandfather had certain agro-based industries like coir, manufacturing and things like that. But for me, it gave me a totally different kind of an experience when I joined this family by virtually when I wedded into this family. Friends, take many stories. So I have come a long way, starting my business in 1993 till date. I passed out in 1991 and I had a training for 1 year, and then on I moved and I have come a long way. My basic profession was in textiles, particularly in spinning. Later on, I diversified into a couple of things. If you take many stories, you need not go long way. This region called Kongu Nadu, comprising of Coimbatore, Salem, Erode, Karur, Namakkal, Tiruchengodu and all these places, you would have seen so many success stories. Let it be industry, let it be education, let it be food industry, let it be any other trade. You have at least a few people whom you can name and tell who started with a humble beginning and how they rose to the highest levels. It applies to your own profession too. Not all people succeed, not all people fail. The people, according to me, who succeed are people who have not lost hope in life, kept faith and kept continuing, and thereby they succeeded. Take the story of KPR Mills Limited, an enterprise today valued more than 8,500 crores. Take the story of Ramraj Cotton. Take the story of the Chola group of mills led by Appukutti. Take the story of Shanmuvel Mills led by Sri Velappan. Take the story of Shanti Gas founded by Sri Subramaniam. Take the story of CRI founded by Sundarraj and his brothers. Take the story of Sugna Chicken founded by Sundarraj and Soundarrajan. Take the story of Emerald Jewelry. Take the story of Sugna Pumps founded by Sri Ramaswamy. Take the story of Texmo Industries founded by late Ramaswamy. Take the story of education institutions like SSVM founded by Mani Megale and numerous others. So many things. It all is not far away. Take the story of the medical industry, the hospitals, the Kobe Medical Center founded by Sri Nalla Palaniswamy, and many. So friends, if you see today, they have succeeded, but everybody has got a very long story behind them. I would like to quote a few of them for you so that you really understand and appreciate how things were built. I will take the study of KPR Mills Limited. Sri Ramaswamy has three brothers, one elder to him and two younger to him. Three brothers, Ramaswamy, Devasihamani, and Natarajan came together. His eldest brother was not part of them, but of course they was associated with them. They started with a small exports. I go back late 80s and early 90s. The first spinning mill was set up by them in the year 1996-97 at Satyamangalam. Then they moved to set up the couple of mills in Arasu near Coimbatore. So it's well over 4 lakh spindles today, and they have a very large garmenting facility. So if you take the real growth started in 1996 till date today, there were innumerous challenges they would have undergone. But even today, see, why I'm trying to tell this is determination and commitment is very, very important. When I tell this story, please apply this to your own studies. You can see KPR in his mill even today between 8 and 9 o'clock, and he remains there till 5:30. So he is in charge of taking care of the production, productivity, labor, and things like that. His brother, Devasihamani, is in charge of marketing. In the sense, he takes care of the garment marketing. His youngest brother, Natarajan, is a qualified chartered accountant. He is your profession. Friends, to be a chartered accountant, I can quote a few of them. Sri S.V. Armugham of Banariyaman Spinning Mills. Sri S.V. Balasubramaniam of Banariyaman Sugars. The founder of Amarjodi Mills. Many are chartered accountants who have succeeded in business too. So Nataraj of KPR Mills is a chartered accountant. He takes care of the finance and marketing of yarn and purchase of cotton. They had a very humble beginning, but they focused on only one industry, that is textiles. The first, their hard work related to the commitment. The second is focus on whatever we do. 3, they had an excellent overview of the future. So they were determined to achieve. Whatever the targets they set, they were very, very clear that they need to achieve it. For achieving something in life, unless and otherwise, we are committed, we will not be able to achieve it. Nambikai vendum, Tannambikai vendum, Ulaipu vendum, அந்த உழைப்பிற்கேற்ப நாம் அதற்கு ஒரு கனவை உருவாக்க வேண்டும். அந்த கனவிற்கேற்ப நாம் ஒரு லட்சியத்தை வைத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். அந்த லட்சியத்தை இன்னும் கனவையும் அடைவதற்காக கடினமாக நாம் உழைக்க வேண்டும். Determination and hard work will ultimately succeed. Take the story of S.P. Oswald, the chairman and managing director of Vardhaman Textiles, India's largest integrated textile manufacturer and exporter. It is the same story. There is no easy way for success. Money which comes very easily goes away also very easily. Money which comes with a very hard work, and the success which comes with hard work always remains with you. Education is something which can never go away from you till you are alive. The knowledge which is with you only upgrades the society and people related to you on your profession. Friends, so hard work, determination, willpower, and your dream has to synchronize. You should dream big for achieving things. When Ramaraj Cotton Ramaraj started Dhotis, people laughed at him, telling, what could you brand out of Ramaraj? It is a private limited company, but I am sure the valuation is well over 5,000 crores. He's got a single product, now he's getting diversified into many things. Take the story of Pumex, the Poombuhar spinning mills, Poombuhar textiles. Take the story of Lux, the Todis, who came from Calcutta, West Bengal, set up factories in Tirupur, and who succeeded. And that valuation is close to 9,000 crores today. The individually grown textile industry of our country. Take the story of Geo Mall, founder of Jockey. It was his idea. He brought that from US. He got the brand on a long lease, pays royalty to them. And today they have succeeded. All these things, friends, has happened only in last 2 decades, less than 20 years. Take the story of CRI pumps. Their story started in the early 90s. Take the story of Deccan pumps. Take the story of Texmo. Sri Ramaswamy, founder of Texmo, went to London, had his education over there, came here, started manufacturing quality motors and pumps. It has grown into a very big, today they are the brand and the product leaders. Branched out into Aquasub pumps, succeeded successfully by his children. So there are two types, professionally run, family run. But ultimately, what made them succeed or how did they succeed? The only mantra is hard work, determination, never give up, keep trying, you will succeed. I would like to say, KPR Ministry, Natarajan, always used to tell, I was not a very bright student. I took chances. I had to work very hard to complete my chartered accountancy. Take the story of Sri Kandelia, the executive director of Sutlej Industries, a Birla company. He's a chartered accountant. He started his career as a mill manager, came all the way and succeeded as an executive director. Many stories in our country. That is because we should never give up. When you don't clear your interns or the primary paper, don't give up, don't lose hope. You are all young. You would have all completed your graduation by 21. You have a long way to go. Don't compare with others. See, each one story is different. That's why I am telling you so many stories. Ramaswamy in pump industry succeeded, of Texmo industry succeeded in a different way. Deccan industry, founded by Sri Veluswamy, succeeded in a different way. CRI pumps, Sundarraj and his brothers succeeded in a different way. Suguna Pumps, Ramaswamy, the founder, used to carry motors by himself in train and sell it and come back. He succeeded in a different way. Friends, Suguna Foods, Sundarraj and Soundarrajan were the verge of bankruptcy. They came back so successful. Never give up. Never be afraid. Face the challenge. Nothing can take you away. There are two things. Tamilil ஒரு அழகான பழமொழி உண்டு. மயிரை கட்டி மலை இழுக்கின்றேன், அது முடியை கட்டி மலையை இழுக்கின்றேன், வந்தால் மலை போனால் முடி என்று கிராமப்புறங்களிலே சொல்வார்கள். முயற்சி திருவினை ஆட்கும், ஊக்கம் அது கைவிடேல், செய்வன திருந்தச் செய். இதெல்லாம் கிராமப்புறத்திலே இருக்க பெரியவர்கள் அடிக்கடி சிறியவர்களுக்கு ஊக்கமளிப்பதற்காக சொல்கின்ற ஒரு சொல். தன்னம்பிக்கை ஒரு மனிதனுக்கு, நீ உன்னை நம்ப வேண்டும், நீ நினைக்கின்ற அந்த லட்சியம் நிறைவேற வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு நெருப்பு உன்னிடத்தில் இருக்க வேண்டும். நான் வாழ வேண்டும், என் குடும்பத்தை வாழ வைக்க வேண்டும், என்னை சார்ந்தவர்களை நான் உயர்த்த வேண்டும், என் பெற்றோர்களை நன்றாக பார்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும், என் குடும்பம் வளமாக வாழ வேண்டும், என் குழந்தைகள் நன்றாக படிக்க வேண்டும், நான் ஒரு சிறந்த சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்டன்டாக வர வேண்டும், சிறந்த தொழிலதிபராக வர வேண்டும், என்னுடைய படிப்பின் மூலம் நான் முன்னேற வேண்டும் போன்ற லட்சியங்கள் உன் மனதில் தோன்ற வேண்டும். இந்த வயதிலே இதை கடந்து செல்கின்ற நேரத்திலே உங்களுக்கு எத்தனையோ ஆசைகள் வரும். You will have so many things coming your way. One of your friend would ask you to come for a movie. You might not, your mind will say, why don't I go to a mall? Why don't I talk to my girlfriend? Why don't I take her for a ride? Friends, life should be balanced. The hard work that you put in between the years of your college and your profession is going to shape your life or shape your future. That is going to be your life. Take the examples of everybody. There were certain people who, after education, roamed for a couple of years, then realized the value of life and came back to life. Your parents have great dreams for you. Your siblings have got great dreams for you. Your parents have slogged or still slogging to see you successful in life. Basically, நாம் நம்மளை உயர்த்தியவர்களை நாம் மறக்கக்கூடாது. நாம் கடந்து செல்கின்ற பாதையை மறக்கக்கூடாது. இயன்ற அளவு மற்றவர்களுக்கு உதவி செய்ய வேண்டும். அதெல்லாம் உன்னை காக்கும், உனக்கு நற்குணங்களை இது ஏற்படுத்தும். I would say I am successful because of the qualities taught by my mother and my father. My mother was instrumental in me and my brothers having a very good life and not getting distracted at the age when we had the distraction. I would not blame you. It's your age. It is a change which happens to any human being. Let it be a boy or a girl. But when you have the thought of your family, when you have the thought of your future, when you have that, when you think that you are responsible for all these things, then your future is going to be very, very nice. உன்னை நீ நம்ப வேண்டும். நம்மை வாழ வைத்தவர்களை நாம் வாழ வைக்க வேண்டும் என்கின்ற ஒரு நம்பிக்கை வர வேண்டும். நீ உன்னை மாத்திரம் நினைக்க கூடாது. உன்னை பெற்றவர்களை நீ நினைக்க வேண்டும். உன்னன் கூட பிறந்தவர்களை நீ நேசிக்க வேண்டும். நாம் அனைவரும் சேர்ந்து முன்னேற வேண்டும். I come to the story. When I say Banariamman Sugars, S.V. Balasubramaniam and brothers, when I say Suguna Soundararajan and Sundararajan and brothers, when I say K.P. Ramaswamy and brothers, when I say all these things, I only try to mean that நாம் உயரும் போது நம் சுற்றமும் நமது சகோதரனும் நம்மை சார்ந்தவர்களும் உயர வேண்டும். அப்படி நாம் உயரும் பொழுது சமுதாயமும் உயரும். Take on all these people. There are hundreds of millions of people who are doing job work, who are associated with them indirectly. Friends, now to this age, when we all passed out in 91 or the 90s, we all had a different type of a future. The early 2000s and late 2000s had a different type of future. Now, the 2010 and beyond had a different type of future. The 2020s have got a different type of a future. You have a lot of digitalization happening. You have a lot of rules and regulations coming inside. There are so many ways which you can today specialize. Some might get into a different thing, like how the lawyers specialize for themselves into the corporate, civil, criminal, so many other things. Likewise, the chartered accountants also. You would have been seeing the stock market, the way it goes for the last couple of months. Though I am not a great believer of stock markets, I have always believed in the primary basic industry and other things. But today, wealth creation is equally important, and you are the people who create wealth, who advise your people. So there are so many avenues. You can be a full-fledged chartered accountant. You can be a full-fledged businessman. You can be a full-fledged consultant. You can be a full-fledged wealth manager. You can be a full-fledged advisor. There are so many avenues as a chartered accountant. All that I am trying to tell you is that your profession has got so many links in the business economy, the day-to-day life, and so many things. For a people who want to be a budding entrepreneur, for a person who is running a successful company, for a people who would like to, who had gone into insolvency, everywhere you are involved. NCLT, you are involved. The same way, for a budding entrepreneur who wants to start his business and grow his business, you are involved. In disputes, you are involved in income tax. You are involved in GST. You are involved everywhere. So there is no two opinions about it. It's one of the greatest profession and greatest noble profession. And today, the way the country is being taken forward by our Honorable Prime Minister, we are going to see changes. And friends, believe me, I am in textiles. I have not seen such a kind of a nice time for the entire textile industry in my life from 1994 till now. It's been one of the greatest periods after COVID phase 1. Yes, now we have a kind of a small slowdown. India has got a great local market. We have got great export markets. And we have one of the best technically educated people, the competency available in our country. Let it be engineering, let it be medicine, let it be anything else. We have one of the booming service sectors. And the population is the greatest strength for us. We have a very successful upper and lower middle class, which is the backbone of our country. And with all this, we will not fail. As a nation, we will not fail. We are seeing our Honorable Prime Minister, the way he's been received. That is because of our sovereignty and the kind of the growth what our economy has. We're talking about 10+ growth the years to come. It will happen. We were very recently, the last 1 week is being projected as the export mela for our entire country. I was in Chennai 3 days back. The focus of Chennai Export Conclave was leather, automobiles, and the polymer. Tamil Nadu accounts for 55% of the entire passenger car produced in the country. Accounts for 45% of the entire textile exports in the country. Accounts for 47% of the entire leather exports of the country. You can add on and on and on. So you are going to see more changes. You are all from Salem. Can you imagine the kind of infrastructure what Salem had 10 years back and today? It only projects our prosperity. It only projects about how the economy has developed. So friends, the opportunities are tremendous. The live examples, I could quote a few people in Salem itself who have succeeded in granite trade, like GTP Granites and others, Amman Granites of Arur. I can also say a few people from Salem, some of them textiles and others, SP spinning mills and others. There are also failures, like Thambi Modern Spinning Mill, Jawahar Mills and others in Salem. It is part, but the Nachamai group based out of Salem, the sisters succeeded, the brothers failed. So it is who have planned well in their businesses and who had a dream. And in business, you're all people who are going to see the balance sheets of all the companies. You'll be seeing 1-2 good years. You'll be seeing 1-2 bad years. But you are also going to deal with different entrepreneurs. Right now, if you're all interns, you'll be working with you'll be attached to your respected chartered accountant offices. So it is not that you will not succeed. You can. I did have failures in my life. 1-2 businesses, I failed. Couple of businesses, I succeeded. But I have never given up hope. Optimism and hope is something which you should never give up. Care, love, and hope is something which has to be there for any human being to succeed in life. The care is needed. The hope is needed. And your determination is needed. When you have this, you will succeed. There is no two opinions about it. Let it be North India, let it be India, let it be Canada, let it be US, let it be anywhere in the world. You will succeed. I have seen so many people. But in our corporate world, we always used to tell, a chartered accountant running a business will be very successful. We used to envy. I did my master's in business administration, but of course, I have never specialized in finance. I did my marketing specialization. But ultimately, today, with my experience, with my interaction with my chartered accountants, with my interaction with the tax professionals and others, I have been groomed and I have come to a level that I could understand your language and I plan and we do things. So, friends, you are all very young. You have senior chartered your professionals to advise and guide you. But all I would say is that the only thing for success is hope. And never give up. You will have innumerous challenges. But even an iota of second, don't think you can't. There is an example which is told in villages again. Was he born 8 months and were you born 10 months? Did your mother carry him, his mother carry him for 8 months, and did your mother carry him for 10 months? So why they used to tell this is that you are all born the same way. He has enriched his knowledge, or some, they have some kind of you can call any way, that is brainy and less brainy and things like that, but it's not true. It's hard work and meticulous planning, and how we work matters a lot. திட்டமிட்டு செயல்படுதல், அதை நிறைவேற்றுதல் என்பது மிக மிக முக்கியமானது. காலையிலே நேரத்திலே எழ வேண்டும். சிலர் இரவு 1 மணி 2 மணி வரை படிப்பார்கள், சிலர் 4 மணிக்கு எழுந்திருந்து படிப்பார்கள். So some might be early risers, some might be late risers, some might go till midnight, some might get early morning, but it is not that. It is how you plan and how you learn and how you complete it. And don't postpone. நாளைக்குன்னு தள்ளி போடாதீங்க. அது இன்னைக்கே செஞ்சிடலாம். Face it. Face the challenge. பயப்படாதீங்க, கோழையா இருக்காதீங்க. You have a life. நம்பிக்கையை கைவிடாதீர்கள். நம்பிக்கை உங்களை காப்பாற்றும். எப்பேற்பட்ட சிக்கலுக்கும் ஒரு தீர்வு உண்டு. அந்த தீர்வு உன்னிடத்திலிருந்து தான் வர வேண்டும். You are the determination. You determine your future, and you are the future. These two things will go along with you. I forgot to tell a story about this Sridevi Textiles. Both the brothers, Sivaganesh and Sivakumar, they both studied, they were my juniors in Tamil Garden School. I'll make it short. He started a small store with a couple of cloths. His father, Ponnuswamy Kampar, he very recently passed away. He said that we have a very small shop. See, Siva never used to leave his shop. From morning to night, he used to be there. So Sivaganesh was always in the shop. Sivakumar used to go out for bringing clothes. And today, I would say, friends, nothing but hard work. Take the example of Chennai Silks. Vinayagam is my very good friend. Again, it is hard work. Nothing else. There are 6 brothers. Here, there are 2 brothers. I will end by telling, ஒன்றுபட்டால் உண்டு வாழ்வு. Why I'm trying to tell this is, tomorrow, couple of you can join together and start a firm. Couple of you can join together and start an industry. Couple of you can join together and create a wealth management company. Couple of you can join together and become a consultant. But for me, the spark was, when I completed my MBA, I was given an offer letter in Taj Hotels. I never joined. My aim was always to be an entrepreneur. I started in a small way, and of course, I got into a big business family, and I came up that way. But all I would say is that I had big dreams, I had ambition, I had determination, and I always had a hope that I will do well and I can achieve it. And I request you all to have a very positive mindset. And once again, let me tell you, yours is a great profession, and it's a very noble profession, and a profession which is being looked upon by the society as one of the best professions. Friends, all I would say to conclude is, தன்னம்பிக்கையும் விடாமுயற்சியும் உங்களை வாழ்வில் முன்னேற்றும். நான் பல நல்ல வாழ்ந்து இன்று நல்ல நிலைமையில் இருப்பவர்களெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னேன். அதே போல் வருங்காலங்களில் நான் உங்களை எல்லாம் பார்க்கவில்லை. நீங்கள் எத்தனை பேர் இதை கேட்டீர்கள் என்பதும் எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஆனால் நிச்சயமாக நான் பேசியதில் ஒரு மாணவன் அல்லது ஒரு மாணவிக்கு அந்த தாக்கம் ஏற்பட்டு அவர்கள் முன்னேறினால் அதுவே என்னுடைய வாழ்வின் மிக மகத்தான சந்தோஷமான நாளாக நான் கருதுவேன். இந்த வாய்ப்பை அளித்த சேலம் சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்டன்ஸ் அசோசியேஷனுக்கு என்னை அழைத்த அசோக், சாரதா இருவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியினை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Anna, thank you
sir.
so
We
much.
request our treasurer Sharada ma'am to kindly tell what of thanks to our Rajkumar sir.
Sir, it was a cracker of a session. Cracker of a session na நீங்க இது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு பேசின மாதிரி தெரியல. இதுல எத்தனை மெம்பர்ஸ் கேட்டுட்டு இன்ஸ்பயர் ஆக போறாங்கன்ட்டு எங்களுக்கு தெரியல. அப்படியே மழை பெஞ்சு ஓஞ்சாப்ல இருக்குது. ஒரு செகண்ட் எங்கனால இந்த பக்கம் அந்த பக்கம் நகர கூட முடியல. சச் அ லவ்லி செஷன். தேங்க் யூ சோ மச் ஃபார் அக்செப்டிங் அவர் இன்விடேஷன் சார். உங்களுக்கு ஐ நோ ஹவு பிஸி யூ ஆர். ஐ பீன் ஃபாலோயிங் இட் அப் வித் யுவர் PA. ஐ நோ ஹவு பிஸி யூ ஆர். இன் ஸ்பைட் ஆஃப் யுவர் பிஸி ஸ்கெடியூல் இந்த பசங்களுக்கு இதை விட ஒரு நல்ல அட்வைஸ் யாராலையும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. ரொம்ப ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ். எங்களுக்கு கண்டிப்பா ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கிடைக்கும் போது நீங்க சேலத்துல நேர்ல இந்த கொரோனாலாம் இல்லாத முடிஞ்ச சமயத்துல எங்களுக்கு நேர்ல சேலத்துல you should definitely, we are expecting some more motivational sessions from you. ஏன்னா இதுல வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் விட நாங்கெல்லாம் அப்படி மோட்டிவேட் ஆகி உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருக்கோம். Thank you. Thanks again for accepting our invitation. Thank you. Vignesh sir, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear friends, after having the wonderful motivational session from Mr. T. Rajkumar sir, now we are going to have the last technical session of this CA Students Virtual Conference, Income Tax. So we invite CA Naveen Kariwal sir from Bangalore. Sir, good evening, sir. Naveen sir, good evening.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. I think the sound is slow.
Yes, sir, it's clear, sir. It's audible, sir. No problem.
Let me increase, sir. Increase, madam.
Shall we start, sir?
No, yeah, please. I am ready.
Good evening, friends. We are going to have our last technical session on income tax. CAG Naveen Kariwal, born in the year 1975, qualified as BCom FCA, in practice as a chartered accountant, partner in Messrs. HC Pincha and Co. and Pincha and Associates, comes from a family of chartered accountants. Grandfather, father, and brother are chartered accountants. Specialization in direct taxes. Is a co-opted member of the Direct Taxes Committee of ICAI, New Delhi for the year 2020-21. Member of Central Taxes, Corporate Laws and GST Committee of Federation of Karnataka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Bangalore. Member in Finance Advisory Committee of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. Member of Study Circle or Study Group of Committee of Chamber of Tax Consultants, Mumbai. Was a part of team nominated by Bangalore branch of SIRC to represent before Honorable Justice R.V. Ishwar Committee for Simplification of Taxes. He is a coordinator and moderator of Jignasa one-day workshop of scrutiny, survey, summons, search and seizure. He is a speaker, coordinator and moderator of one-day workshop on issues in assessments, reassessments, e-assessments, especially with respect to cash deposits post-demonetization, rectification and replies online and prosecution during TDS proceedings organized by Bangalore branch of SIRC of ICAI. He is a coordinator and moderator of one-day seminar on tax audit and ICDS, including practical problems encountered while filling up Form 3CD, 3CB, and 3CA, live demonstration organized by Bangalore branch of SIRC. He has acted as moderator the 28th residential refresher course at the Silent Shore Resort and Spa, Mysore, organized by Baroda branch of WIRC of ICAI. He is a speaker at seminars organized by various branches of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and various other public forums. He is a keen cricketer, having represented college and university matches and played in league registered with Karnataka State Cricket Association and represented in cricket matches organized by Bangalore branch of SIRC versus Income Tax Department 3 years continuously. He was the captain of the team which won the cricket tournament organized by KSCA along with Bangalore branch, led the cricket team of Bangalore branch of SIRC to national level cricket tournament organized by Pune branch at Pune Cricket Committee 2015 Pune. In these few words, we humbly call upon the technical session chairman CA Naveen Kariwal sir to take over the session.
Thank you, Mr. Vignesh Kumar.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
We are having 3 speakers, sir.
Okay.
After giving your opening remarks, we have to introduce 3 speakers with their topics. And all the 3 speakers will be presenting, sir. Then you have to give your closing remarks and we request you to select one best speaker among 3, sir.
So how much time I need to address, sir? Around 10 minutes?
It's your choice, sir. No problem, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I want to give time to students also. 3 students and 3 topics are there, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we need to give them some time. They would have worked very hard, really.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vignesh. And I think Parthavi madam is the chairperson, Sikasa. Yeah. So my wishes for the conference, and also I am delighted to address and be the technical chairperson of this session in the conference, watched by more than, I think, 400 to 500 students across. Now I have been made the chairperson and I need to, also give my opening remarks. Along with that, I need to select the student who will be presenting the best paper on these 3 topics, namely AMT, dividend, and the new regime versus the old regime. So I have prepared one small PPT, which I would just like to go through for 10 minutes. And then I would, request the students to take over with their session.
Yeah, so I think it is visible, sir. Screen is visible. So my dear students, let me start with AMT quickly because my time is around say 10 minutes. It is 5:25 already. I need to stop by say 5:40. So what is basically AMT? You know, alternate minimum tax is it's of a recent phenomenon. It is a minimum tax on the lines of MAT for companies. This is for non-corporates basically, including only the firms and the LLPs. Now, what is AMT? Basically, it's a minimum tax that is levied alternatively to normal tax. And the rate of AMT is around 18.5% plus the applicable surcharge and cess. Similarly, you know, AMT, you know, is a tax levied on the adjusted total income in a year wherein the tax on normal income is lower than AMT on adjusted total income. So therefore, participants, irrespective of the normal tax, AMT has to be paid by the taxpayers to whom the AMT provisions would apply. So as I told you, you know, the concept of minimum tax was introduced only for companies, and then, you know, it was made applicable to non-corporate taxpayers also. Therefore, it is applicable to all non-corporate taxpayers and all taxpayers who have claimed deduction under Chapter 6A under heading C, deduction in respect of certain incomes. The deductions are under 80H to 80RRB, etc. You know, like profits and gains of specific industries such as hotel business, small scale industrial undertaking, housing projects, export business, etc. However, you know, the section 80P, which is providing deduction to cooperative societies, is excluded for this purpose. And then deduction under 35 AD. So capital expenditure in asset usually qualify for depreciation. But however, under this section, 100% deduction is allowed on capital expenditure incurred for specified businesses such as operation of cold chain facility, fertilizer production, etc. Similarly, your profit linked deduction under section 10AA. So here deduction of profit varying from 100% to 50% is also provided to units in SEZs. Now, as we discussed earlier, AMTs are not applicable to an individual, HUF, AOP, BY, artificial juridical person whose adjusted total income does not exceed 20 lakhs. Thus, the exemption based on monetary threshold of adjusted total income is not applicable to LLPs, firms, and other non-corporate associates. This is the computation chart. I am sure the student, you know, would go on to discuss in detail. Now, something about the dividend. So, the long-standing demand of you know, the industry to abolish this dividend distribution tax, and accordingly, you know, 1034 was withdrawn, exempting dividend income from taxation from financial year 2021. So now earlier section 115 BBDA, which provided taxability of dividend in excess of 10 lakh rupees, is now of no relevance in the hands of shareholders. Further, you know, deduction to the extent of 20% of total dividend could be claimed, but which is related to only to interest expenditure only, and no deduction for other expenditure would be allowed. Now, what is the obligation of Indian companies? Basically, the domestic companies are not liable to pay DDT or dividend distribution tax on the dividend distributed to shareholders on or after 1st of April 20. So therefore, as per the new provisions, Indian company is required to deduct TDS under section 194 and 195. That is 194 case of residents, 195 in case of non-resident shareholders respectively. The Indian company may be a listed company or an unlisted company. Similarly, the TDS section, my dear students, for 194, TDS rate is 10%, threshold limit is 5,000. For dividend paid other than cash only for resident individual. And because of the pandemic, you know, the rate is reduced to 7.5% instead of 10%. And that rate would be for the period between 14th May 20 and applicable up to 31st of March 2021. Now, this threshold limit does not apply in case the shareholder is a HUF, firm, company, trust, etc. That is, TDS is required to be deducted on entire dividend amount. Further, the threshold limit of 5,000 would apply only when dividend is paid other than cash. Also, if the shareholder does not provide PAN to the company, then the rate of TDS would increase to 20%. Similarly, in case of non-resident, under section 195, TDS shall be done under section 195. So, dividend paid to non-resident shareholders subjected to withholding tax of around 20%, which is also increased by surcharge and health and education cess of 4%. Now, lower rate may apply if the benefit of your treaties or DTAA is available to shareholders. And the TDS would be deducted at the time of making payment to shareholders and not when dividend is declared. Now, last 3 minutes for new regime versus old regime. So I'm just giving an overall introduction, and then I would like the students to delve deep into the subject. Now, again, one more amendment made by Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji was introducing a new scheme 115 BAC, giving an option to individuals and HUF. It is only to individual and HUF and not to any other tax payer to pay tax at lower rates. New system is applicable for income earned from 1st April 20, financial year 2021, as relates to assessment year 21-22. So what was the old slab? Up to 2.5 lakhs nil, 2.5 to 5 lakhs 5%, 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs 20%, 10 lakhs and above 30% was the existing slab rate. Now, new tax slab rate under the new scheme is up for first 2.5 lakhs nil, next 2.5 lakhs 5%, next 2.5 lakhs 10%, next 2.5 lakhs 15%, next 2.5 lakhs 20%, next 2.5 lakhs 25%, and 15 lakhs and above it would be round about 30%. But Madam Nirmala Sitharaman is telling, my dear friends, if you were to fall into the new regime, you would have to forego a host of exemption and deduction which are not claimable under the new tax regime at all. Like your standard deduction 16(1), your professional tax 16(2), entertainment tax anyway no more there, leave travel concession, house rent allowance, your 1013A, leave travel 10.5, minor income child allowance, 64(1)A and 1032 basically 1500, helper allowance, children education allowance, all other special allowance and 1014, your housing loan on self-occupied property 24, chapter 6A deduction, ATC, ATD, ATE, your all these deductions except 2 sections. 2 sections are allowed, my dear friends. Remember, 2 sections are still allowed under chapter 6A under the new tax regime, that is ATCC D2 and ATJJAA, compensation for new workman employed. Then all the exemptions or deduction for any other perquisites or allowances will not be allowed. Deduction from family pension not allowed. So what is allowed then? Before stopping, these 4 things are allowed. Transport allowance in case of a specially abled person. Conveyance allowance received to meet conveyance expenditure incurred as a part of employment. Any other compensation received to meet cost of travel on tour or transfer. Daily allowance received to meet ordinary regular charges or expenditure one would incur on account of absence from his regular place of duty. So I think I've just given a brief introduction, and now I would request the person to allow the student speaker to take over, and one by one you can share your views. So I will also be listening to you. Okay, my best wishes to all the 3 students, and you can start preparing you can start your submission, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such nice and informative opening remarks, sir. The student viewers are there in YouTube, sir. The Zoom link is given only for paper presenters and session chairman. Okay. Now it's a time to introduce the 3 student speakers. Mr. R. Dharanidharan, pursuing for intermediate exam, having knowledge in income tax and basic understanding of GST, comfortable in working as individual as well as with team members, currently working in KPHS and Co Chartered Accountants under the income tax team as an articled assistant. He has completed 1-month internship in Chef Bakers, social project team leader in college final year, member of Leo Club in college 1st and 2nd year. He has passed English 30 WPM typewriting exam recognized by Government of Tamil Nadu first class with distinction. He has completed 100 hours of information technology training conducted by ICAI. His field of interest is income tax. Core competencies are interpersonal skills and management skills. Mr. R. Dharanidharan will be presenting the first topic, AMT. The next speaker, Mr. M. Dravid. He is pursuing CA Intermediate. He finished his higher secondary schooling completed from MAM Higher Secondary School, Mettur, Salem. Completed CA CPT. Completed BCom in Annamalai University. Pursuing articleship training, and he has completed his CA orientation course aimed at improving soft skills and ITT. Now pursuing MBA in Annamalai University, active pursuant of academic and non-academic interests. His hobbies and interests are passionate writer, reading books and gardening, photography. He has technical knowledge in Tally, ERP9, income tax software, Inman, etc. He will be presenting the second topic, income tax new regime versus old regime. The last speaker of this technical session, Mr. N. Harish Vengat. Completed BCom Honors in Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University in the year 2019. He has successfully completed Rashtra Bhasha Praveen examination conducted by Dakshina Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha, Madras. Successfully completed Diploma in Hindi examination with distinction conducted by Ministry of Human Resource Development. He has passed key English test KET level 8 conducted by Cambridge English in 2015. Successfully passed CA Intermediate. His internships are Marketing and Networking Handling Internship, Finance Internship at KT Telematic Solutions Private Limited, and Finance Internship from Viber Global Limited. He has gained knowledge in the field of application of goods and service tax in the practical environment, completed senior grade in typewriting English at the Government Technical Examination, and won gold medal in National Science Olympiad conducted by Science Olympiad Foundation in 2012. With these few words, we happily invite all our student speakers to this forum. Sir, now the floor is open to you, sir. We now invite the first student speaker, Mr. R. Dharanidharan. Dharanidharan, நீங்க screen share பண்ணிக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு co-host option கொடுத்திருக்கோம்.
Okay, sir. So, good evening, everyone. Hope you are enjoying this pleasant evening. So, today my topic is alternate minimum tax. First topic is introduction to AMT. Every government requires regular inflow of money to refund the country's expense and develop better infrastructure. So they collect tax from the people. They also various investors, but people have fear to invest their money. So government encourages investors like how a new businessman enter in the market. He wants to sell his product. For that, he attracts customers by giving various offers and discounts. Like that, government attracts investors by giving various incentives like tax incentives and profit linked tax deductions. Then what? The investors invest their money and earn income. Government will satisfy. The investors who earn income will pay tax only. The government will attain its main objective. But what people will do by using the tax incentives and profit linked tax deductions, they reduce their income and pay less minimum tax or zero tax. So the government of India introduced alternate minimum tax through the Finance Act 2011. Why was AMT introduced? As discussed earlier, certain tax benefits can significantly reduce the taxpayers' regular tax amount. The AMT applies to taxpayers with high economic income by setting a limit on those benefits. It helps to ensure the taxpayers pay at least minimum tax amount so the government gets regular inflow of money. To whom AMT will applicable? The provisions related to AMT are applicable to all non-corporate taxpayers in a modified pattern in the form of AMT. Thus, it can be simply that MAT applies to companies and AMT applies to person other than a company. What are related sections? AMT are covered in section 15 JC to JF. When AMT is applicable? If a person calculates his tax under normal provisions, if then the tax is less than 18.5% of AMT, then he is liable to pay tax under AMT. That is his adjusted total income. Who are all persons liable to pay tax under AMT? All non-corporate associates like individual, HUF, body of individuals, AOP. These are people called non-corporate associates and taxpayer who claim deduction under section 10A. That is people who are doing business in special economic zones and claim deduction under chapter 6A under heading C other than section 80P. And also who claim deduction under section 35AD. AMT professions not applicable to whom? Individual, HUAF, AOP, BOI, artificial juridical persons who adjusted total income is less than 20 lakhs. This monetary threshold limit is not applicable to LLP and partnership. Also, AMT is not applicable to the persons who does not claim any deductions under these sections, like under section 10A, section 35AD, and chapter 6A. Persons who pay tax under section 15 BSc, that is new regi, and also under section 50 BAD. These are people not applicable to pay tax under AMT. How to calculate adjusted total income? First, we have to calculate total income under normal professions by adding all income and minus deductions. Then you have to calculate the tax liability. Plus, we have to add back the deductions that we are claimed under section 6A, under section 10AA, under section 35AD, and by depreciation which you have allowed normally. By adding this, we have adjusted total income. In the adjusted total income, we calculate 18.5%. Plus, if any surcharge is applicable, we have also to add this. Computation of tax liability when AMT is applicable. We have to calculate tax liability as per normal provision, and also calculate tax probability as adjusted total income and AMT 18.5%. Then we have to take higher of the above two and pay tax. When AMT is applicable, we have to submit a remote reporting form contingency. The report of form contingency shall be certified by a separately. Form contingency can be filed through online along with TDR. Due date to submit form contingency is that is referred in section 44 AB, that is 1 month prior to the audit report. So what does the form contingency contains? The first pair of form contingency contains that the declaration stating that CA has examined all the necessary accounts and records of the taxpayer in order to calculate the amounts correctly. The second para contains certification of the calculation that have been used to arrive at adjusted total income and AMT. Additionally, it will highlight the total income of tax that the individual is liable to pay under section 15 JC. Finally, third para contains verifies that the details furnished in the attached document, Annexure A, are indeed correct. So Annexure A contains the assessee name, address, his PAN number, the assessment year in which the report is submitted, taxpayers' total income, total tax payable, then deductions claimed under 6A, 10AA, and 35AD reduced by depreciation. In the adjusted total income, he pay AMT. AMT tax rate. Other than company where regular income tax payable is less than AMT payable, then the adjusted total income shall be deemed to the total income of that person. Then he shall be liable to pay tax at 18.5% plus applicable surcharge and SST. When the person has a unit located in international financial service center, which is certified by the central government and derives its income solely in convertible foreign exchange, then he is liable to pay tax at a rate of 9% instead of 18.5%. So what will happen to the difference of what? That is the difference of tax liability under normal provision and tax liability under AMT. Whether we can claim credit for the difference amount? Yes, under AMT, government introduced section 115 JD that we can take credit of that amount. Any difference between normal tax and tax paid with respect of AMT is allowed as an AMT credit. Such credit can be adjusted with the normal tax liability arising subsequent or future year with regular tax payable exceeding AMT. The amount of tax credit can be set off and carried forward until the 15th assessment year following the assessment year in which such a tax credit was allowed. In any assessment year where regular income tax exceeds the AMT, the tax credit shall be allowed to be set off to the extent of the excess of regular income tax over the AMT, and the balance of tax credit, if any, shall be carried forward. Let's understand with this example. In financial year 1920, tax pay under regular profession is 1 lakh. and under AMT, the tax payable is 1,40,000. Then assessee is liable to pay tax under 15 JC. Tax credit should be the difference of this, that is 40,000 carry forward to next financial. So in financial year 2021, the regular provision is greater than AMT. So he is liable to pay tax under regular regime. Then the credit of 40,000 is available. Tax credit shall 40,000 shall be adjusted against 1,90,000. However, tax credit shall be restricted to 60,000 only, 16,000 only. So the balance of 20,000, 24,000 carry forward to the next year or subsequent year. Claiming of AMT credit. The following condition to be satisfied for AMT credit. The credit should be set off up to the maximum period of 15 assessment year. No interest is liable to pay on such credit. That is interest under 234B and 234C. The tax credit under section 15 JD varies in case amount of normal income tax or any AMT changes due to order passed under the Income Tax Act. So section 15 JD is not applicable to the person who paid tax under 15 BSC or section 15 BAD. Thank you for giving this wonderful.
David, you please share your screen.
Just a minute, sir. A pleasant good evening to one and all virtually gathered here. It is a great privilege to be a part of this virtual CA student conference. இயற்றலும் ஈட்டலும் காத்தலும் காத்த வகுத்தலும் வல்லது அரசு. As Thiruvalluvar said in Tirkural, that an important duty of government is to generate revenue, to provide various public services. There are various ways in generation of revenue. Among the one of the great sources is tax revenue. From the era of kingdom rule, every government collect tax from its people. It is a duty of government to levy and collect taxes. In India, central government, state government, and local authorities are collecting various taxes. Out of those various levies, an unavoidable portion of levy is income tax. Income tax in India is levying accordance with the Income Tax Act of 1961. This act is amending every year as per the provision of updated in Finance Act of respective year. The Department of Income Tax is collecting a tax on income of an assessee on the basis of the provision laid down under the Act and in accordance with the latest updation as per the Finance Act. From the assessment year 21-22, Income Tax Act is giving an option to the assessee to opt the tax provision under the any of the two tax regimes, commonly referred as old tax regime versus new tax regime. Yes, my dear friends, this is Dravid going to present my paper on this topic. As per Income Tax Act, the term person includes natural and artificial. The natural consists of individual and HUF, and artificial person consists of firm, LLP, companies, AOP and BOI, local authority, and artificial judicial person. Income tax slab.
Income tax law divides the taxpayer into different groups as per their taxable income and levy tax at different rate. New tax regime for individual and HUF. The Finance Act of 2020 inserted a new section 115 BAC applicable from the financial year 2021. Notwithstanding anything contained in this act, but subject to the provision of this chapter, the income tax payable in respect of total income of a person being an individual or HUF for a previous year relevant to the assessment year beginning on or after 1st April 21 shall at the option of such person be computed at the tax rate given under new regime. From this section 115 BAC, we can interrupt a new optional personal tax regime applicable only to individual and HUF. The old tax regime is to be continued. The key feature of new regime is income tax slab rate has been reduced significantly. But in this world, nothing is available at free of cost. The cost of reduced slab rate or deduction. Yes, you are heard it right. All deductions like investment, tuition fee, medical expenses, etc. This slide going to explain the slab rate of new regime and old regime. As we already familiar with the old regime, up to 2.5 lakhs is exempt from tax and 2.5 to 5 lakh is 5%. Above 5 lakhs and 10 lakh is 20% and above 10 lakh is 30%. In new regime, for every 2.5 lakhs increase in total income, the increase in slab rate of 5%. Likewise, up to 2.5 lakhs is exempt from tax. 2.5 to 5 lakh is 5%. 5 lakhs to 7.5 is 10%. 7.5 to 10 lakh is 15%. 10 to 12.5 lakh is 20%. 12.5 lakhs to 15 lakhs is 25%. And 15 lakhs and above is 30%. Surcharge and health and educational cess to be continued in both regimes. Rebate under section 87A is applicable to resident individual. Under both regime, if taxable income is less than the 5 lakhs, the basic exemption income in case of resident individual of 60 years or more and 80 years or more continue to be remains the same at 3 lakhs and 5 lakhs respectively in new regime. No deductions available for any allowances and perquisite in new tax regime. I have listed out some allowances and deductions which is not available in new regime. Section 1013A, HRA, house rent allowance, 10.5, leave travel concession, and 1014 cover all special allowances, and 1017 any other allowances received by member of parliament or member of state legislative. 1032 the clubbing benefit of rupees 1500 per minors children. Then section 16 standard deduction of rupees 50,000 and entertainment allowances, and go on. The only any person who willing to file his return under section 115 BAC need to forgo all his deduction except 2. He can claim a deduction under section 80 CCD 2, the investment in National Pension Scheme. The maximum amount of deduction he can claim is 50,000 rupees. The recent clarification on TDS by employer on intimation by the employee. CBDT wide circular dated on 13th April 20 issued for clarification in respect of option under section 115 BAC. An employee having income other than business income and intending to opt for new regime to intimate the deductor employer. There is no timeline specified for intimation to employer. If such intimation is not made to the employee by employee to employer, the employer shall deduct tax at source under old regime. The intimation will only for the purpose of deduction of tax at source. The employee is not allowed to modify such intimation to the employer during that year. The option at the filing of return of income by the individual could be differ from the intimation made to the employer. And this slide explains the comparative table of existing and new tax regime and benefit of new tax regime if no eligible investment is made. Here, up to 2,50,000 is nil under both regime, and above 5 lakh is 5%. The tax amount is set off against rebate under section 87A. After that, we can see the annual income of 7,50,000. In new regime, there is only 10% of tax. Likewise, it is 39,000. And in old regime, it fall under 20% slab, which is 65,000. Likewise, the benefit to the new regime, opting a new regime, is 26,000 rupees. This table explains the taxable income and tax thereon of a salaried employer under old and new regime. If the income of the assessee is 12,50,000, he can claim ATC, only ATC deduction and standard deduction and professional tax under old regime. In new regime, he couldn't claim any deduction under new regime. Likewise, if the source of income is only a salary, opting a new tax regime is beneficial to the assessee. In case of only ATC deduction is available. This slide explains if the assessee have any carry forward losses and other than ATC deductions like ADD, etc. Opting a new old regime is beneficial to the assessee because of claiming of carry forward losses from the previous year is helpful to reduce tax in current year. Let's move to the pros and cons of new tax regime. New tax regime reduces your tax rates because of lot of slab which reduce the slab rates. Individuals now have lesser documentation to be filled. The tax filling process becomes simpler. New tax regime arises a question to the investors whether to lock in their fund for a specific period. The reason is a lot of investment made for a specific period in which the investor is not allowed to withdraw. Now, they can invest several opportunities, not only specified in the list of investment for deduction in old regime. He can invest in his own way to get a good return and benefit of flexible withdrawal. Let's move to the cons of new tax regime. In new tax regime, the deduction could not be claimed. Hence, the reduction in savings of the investment by the assessee. The intention of saving investment is reduced. Hence, the investment-based public sector will face a fall down. Let's move to the pros of old regime. The old tax regime is encouraged the savings of the individual for the events such as education, purchase of property, and many more. This support in old regime, as a taxpayer, we are enforced to make an investment in specified tax instrument. Let's move to the cons of the old regime. The documentation and additional proof of investment is required in old regime. In case of assessee proceeding, in case of assessee has notice like assessment proceeding, we need to submit before the tax authority the document of proof of investment, etc. The deduction is only available to certain amount of irrespective of investment. If you can invest more than 1.5 lakhs in LIC or any other investment, but you can only claim the maximum amount of 1,50,000 in ATC directions. There is a specified lock-in period of investment generally lasted for 3 to 5 years. Actually, it's not prevailed by the senior citizen because liquidity in their hand, which can not possible in old regime. Let's move to the conclusions. As there are two sides of the coin, new and old regime. The option for income tax for a some have new tax regime is beneficial for, and some have old tax regime is beneficial. It is an option of the assessee to choose the option of beneficial, which is beneficial to them. It is necessary to evaluate the both the tax regime. And thank you.
Thank you, Dravid. Kindly stop share your screen. Thank you. Harish Venkat, you can share your screen. Harish, voice is not clear, Harish. It's not audible. No, Harish, it's not audible.
Yeah.
சொன்னாரு அப்ப கூட செக் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கலாம்.
Sir, just 2 minutes, sir. We have a small network issue here, sir. Small technical issue.
Yeah, I cannot hear Harish actually.
Yes, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir. Just
Yeah,
2
yeah. Not an issue. Not an issue.
Thank you, sir.
So is this audible now, sir?
Yeah, yes, Harish, it's audible.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem.
So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Harish. I am here. I will be talking about taxation on dividend and their related aspect in this session. At the outset, I am very happy to present this latest topic in front of distinguished dignitaries. Before I begin, I would like to thank Salem Chapter SICASA organizing team for selecting me as a presenter and giving this wonderful opportunity to present with you all. Before going into the slides, let me give you a short introduction, short note about dividend. So dividend are those share of profit given by the company to its shareholders or the investors based on their shareholdings. So there are two types of dividend, in final dividend and the interim dividend. Final dividend are those dividend which are distributed or declared at the time of AGM with the approval of the shareholders. Second one is the interim dividend, which is approved by the board of directors and issued between the two consecutive AGMs. So if the shareholders are receiving dividend in the form of cash, then it will be taxed under the head income under other sources. So now let's take a look into the slides. So first one is so first is first while scheme. So up till 31st March 2020, the existing scheme was dividend distribution tax. After that, our finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am has reintroduced a scheme called classical system. So let's have a look into the dividend distribution tax scheme. So in the dividend distribution tax scheme, domestic companies, those who are declaring dividend, they have to deduct tax at the rate of 15% under section 1150 before giving their dividend to the shareholders. In the hands of shareholders, up till the amount of 10 lakhs dividend, it will be exempted under section 1034. If the dividend amount is above 10 lakh, then it will be taxed under section 115 BBDA at 10%. Now, let's see what was the timeline of taxation of dividend. Firstly, starting from 1997, the dividend distribution tax regime has been followed for 5 years up till 1st April 2002. Then the finance minister at that time has reintroduced the classical system into the economy. After introducing the classical system into the economy, there is a dramatical fall in the stock market, and the people and who are the investors started reducing investing in their share market. After that, after looking into the scenario, then they reintroduced the dividend distribution tax into the economy till almost 17 years, till 31st March 2020. This scheme has been followed. After that, due to the inconvenience of finding out the dividend taxation on dividend, then they reintroduced the classical system into the economy in the Finance Bill 2020. So here I have just given the tax year as well as the base dividend distribution rate, which has been taxed in the respective years. So next, let me tell you what is meant by the classical system, which is now existing scheme. This classical system is nothing but they have abolished the dividend distribution tax and they have brought into the taxability of dividend in the hands of the shareholders. So there are many sections have been reintroduced and many sections have been abolished and not into in action. So if it in case of domestic company, in replacing the section under section 1150 at a rate of 15%, every domestic company has to deduct TDS before at the time of declaring their dividend, issuing the dividend to the shareholders. Each section will be looking at the later part of the PPT. Then in case of the shareholders, there are new sections have been amended in replacing the 10 subsection 10 class 34 and section 115 BBDA. So the company is distributing dividend, then the previous slide I have said that company has to deduct TDS. In case of a resident, then they have to deduct TDS at the rate of 10%. Due to this pandemic situation, this rate has been reduced by 25%. So till March 31st, 2021. After that, every company issuing or distributing dividend, they have to deduct at the rate of 10%. Even this TDS is not to be deducted to those shareholders as an individual, and their income as a dividend part is equal to or less than 5,000, then the company are not required to deduct TDS. If it in case of the shareholder is a non-resident, then the applicable TDS rate is 20% under section 195. So in case of the shareholders who are receiving dividend from the company, then in case of a resident in India, then whatever the income which they are gaining from the gaining as a part of the dividend, then it will be taxed under section 56 under the normal slab rate based on their falling slab rate. They have a special section. They have introduced a section called 57. In that, they get an interest expenses which they have incurred up to the maximum of 20% of the gross dividend. They can gain the deduction in the total income arising from the dividend from the companies. In case of the non-resident, they will be taxed under section 115A at the rate of 20%, and there is no deduction is allowed in case of a non-resident person. If you look at the section called 115A, this is nothing but a relief given to the non-resident, those who are gaining income in the field of dividend income as a part of dividend as well as the interest part, they are not liable to be file the return under section 139(1). So they will be directly taxed. So after this reintroduction of classical system into the economy, there are foreign for those non-resident individuals, they have a privilege or the relief that either they can be taxable in as per the Income Tax Act or as per the double taxation avoidance agreement. So what is mean by, already we have seen about the Income Tax Act in the previous slides, about 20% they have to company has to direct TDS for the dividend part. In the right now they have a relief called relief as per double taxation avoidance agreement. This agreement, which is entered by India as well as their home countries, this covered under section 92, they give a relief that there can be an tax which is less than the tax imposed in India. So for example, in the country called Saudi Arabia, they have only need to pay only 5%, replacing in India they have to pay 20%. They can gain the benefit of double taxation avoidance agreement through double taxation avoidance agreement under this provision. So next one is Ethiopia. In that their country, they will be taxed at the rate of 7.5%, and in Finland they will be taxed at the rate of 10%, in replacing 20%. So this helps the foreign investors to invest huge amount of money into the Indian economy, so that the Indian economy will grow at a larger scale. So now we have seen that if a company is distributing the shares to their shareholders, what if the shareholders is a company, suppose holding as well as a subsidiary company. Suppose if a domestic company receiving dividend from another domestic company, in the Finance Act 2020, they have reintroduced the section called ATM. This section gives an deduction as a dividend received from the another company. The same part of dividend is distributed to the shareholders. Then they can get the deduction up till the part issued from the holding company. So the same deduction shall be allowed only when the amount of this dividend has to be divided to the shareholders 1 month prior to the date of filing their returns. What if the dividend is received from the foreign company to a domestic company? If the domestic company is holding a share of 26% of more in the foreign company, then they will be taxed at the rate of 15% plus surcharge and the cess will be applicable under section 115 BBDA. Without deduction, no deduction is allowed in this part. If the domestic company is holding less than 26% of the equity shareholding in a foreign company, then the domestic company will be taxed at the normal slab rate, and they will also be eligible to get deduction for the expenditures incurred. So bringing into the conclusion part, after abolition of dividend distributions tax, there will be surely India will make the Indian equity market will be more attractive and the increasing in the foreign investments in India. Due to the COVID-19 outbreak across the globe, the chances of increasing the foreign investment at this stage are remote. Once the spread of COVID-19 virus is suppressed in India, surely there will be a positive position to set the stage for a much hopeful tomorrow. And Jai Hind, I will just conclude this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harish. Kindly stop share. Yeah, thank you.
Stop sharing.
Sir, we request you to give concluding remarks and also select the best speaker, sir.
I must congratulate all three students. You know, you have done a terrific job. I can understand, you know, with the PPT, you have painstakingly prepared the PPT. You have also been given, you know, the fixed time within which you would have to, you know, present before your student friends. And I can see all three of you, you know, you have definitely, you know, over a period of several days, you have put in painstakingly hard work, prepared the PPT, and all three of you, you know, you did your best. I can understand. And plus, you know, I also kudos and my congratulations to the Sikasa branch of our Salem branch, you know, for having given the students the opportunity to present their views, encouraged all the students. I was also, you know, observing even when, you know, Harish, you know, lost the connection for some time, the organizers were very patient with him, and they, in fact, they encouraged him. You know, don't worry, although there's a technical glitch, don't worry. He also apologized anyway, but, you know, that encouraged him and told him, you wait for some time and you continue, and they gave him ample time. Also, I think ample time was given to all three persons. And I know, there would always be the stage fear. So one of the points I would like to tell you, the students, my dear, all three of you, be confident when you present before the audience. You need not, you know, what was happening is because, you know, you are not probably regularly presenting, you know, you are stumbling words, all three of you. Slowly, you know, there was that flow was not coming continuously. Slowly, as you picked up all three of you, say after 7-8 minutes, that flow was there in all three of you. And then, you know, at the end, you sounded quite confident because all the PowerPoint, etc., was very beautifully, very nicely prepared, very elaborative presentation. I want to, you know, congratulate all three of you. So, I mean, there is no doubt about it, but unfortunately, you know, only one person can be selected and only one paper, you know, can be declared as the best paper. In my humble opinion, I think the paper presented by Harish on dividend, you know, that was the best among the three. Although other two also you presented well, but this, you know, the reason is being, you know, it was very elaborative. You know, he took us about the history of the dividend also. He took about the history of the dividend in your foreign countries also. And then he discussed about 57 also. And he discussed about 115O earlier, etc. And then I think that would be the best paper in, you know, out of the three today. My congratulations to other two speakers also, well done. And I once again thank Salem Sikasa, you know, person Bhargavi madam and also Vignesh Kumar, you know, for having given this opportunity. And I stayed with you for an hour and I, you know, my knowledge is also enriched. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation in a very short span of time and gracing this occasion by your virtual presence, sir. Soon we are expecting your physical presence to Salem branch, sir.
Definitely, definitely. I would savor the hospitality.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, students. We have completed all the technical session, special session, motivational session for the last 2 days with all your supports and cooperation. Now it's a time to have our valedictory session. We now invite the conference event coordinator, S. Vignesh Krishnan, to kindly render the vote of thanks.
Respected members of ICAA, managing committee members of Salem branch of SARC of ICAA, student committee members of Sikasa, paper presenters, and my dear beloved students, friends, a pleasant good evening to one and all present and watching it through live. It gives me a great pleasure to present the vote of thanks in this 2 days virtual CA Students Conference. First, I thank CAK Jalapati, Chairman of SARC, for accepting our invite and giving a special address in this occasion. Thank you, sir. Next, I thank CAG Shekhar, Central Council member and the conference director of this 2 days virtual conference, who readily accepted our invite and presented his keynote address. Thank you, sir. I thank again CAG Shekhar, sir, for being the resource person in our special session 1. And also thank CA Dheeraj Sharma, sir, past chairman, Gurugram branch of ICAA for addressing in motivational session 1. Thank you, sir. I extend my thanks to CAB Ganesh Prabhu, sir, for being the chairperson for the technical session 1 GST. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank CAB Saravana Prasad, sir, from Chennai, who was the chairperson for the technical session 2 auditing and assurance. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Ms. Anuja Chandramouli from Sivakasi for addressing our special session 2. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I thank Advocate S. Satyanarayanan, sir, for being the chairperson in technical session 3 company law. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Mr. T. Rajkumar, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, Chairman, Textile Skill Council, and Director at National Skill Development Corporation, along with CAA Eseki Raj, who is the All India Rank 1 holder of November 2020, for sharing their success stories and motivation speech in our motivation session 2. Thank you, Rajkumar sir, and thank you, Eseki Raj. Last but not the least, I would like to thank CAG Naveen Dariwal sir from Bengaluru for being the chairperson at the technical session 4 of income tax. Along with this, I would like to thank all the managing committee members of Salem branch of SCRC of ICAA for helping us in organizing this conference, and all those student volunteers who have worked for weeks to make this event possible. And I also thank every paper presenter who accepted our invite and made their presentations, and our best wishes to the best speakers. And I would like to thank the students who are attending the conference for the past 2 days through Zoom and through YouTube. Thank you, everyone. And I hope you all support us in the future endeavors and events of Salem CICASA. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you.